All right, we're back from our closed session. We had to recess that closed session, but we're here for presentations. I don't need to reopen the meeting at this time. I know one council member has to step out for a phone call. Another one should be here in a second. And I'm going to give it over to our police chief, Jim Henson. Sorry, I didn't know you were. I thought you were going to get some.
Here we go. Mayor and City Council, we'd like to present 4 dispatchers today, as well as another guest that we have in the back. But before we start, I want to bring up June Casey. June's our communications manager, and she had a lot to do with the hiring of these 4 individuals. These 4 individuals, I'll let her speak for a little bit on what they're doing, but this is a significant portion of getting dispatch ready. We got furniture coming in this week, and we're just about there, so this long wait. I'll let June speak on what these dispatchers are doing currently.
Hello. Currently, we have the 4. We do have 2 other additional dispatchers that couldn't make it here tonight, unfortunately. But we are now just training and getting ready to get our phone systems up. Like he said, the chief said that we're getting our furniture tomorrow. So that'll be nice, and we'll actually be moving in there next week. All of our computers should be all up and running, and we'll be ready to go live in sometime mid-August. So it'll be good.
Do you want to start with your 2? And then,
It's up to you.
We're going to do this in 2s. I don't think the 5th one made it, right? Okay. So I get the easy names. Okay, so first I'd like to introduce, and when I say your name, why don't you come on up and stand behind us. Jason Laudaudio. Oh, okay. He moved to Desert Hot Springs in November of 2020. Prior to, he was born and raised in Orange County. He graduated from Cavalry Chapel High School in Costa Mesa and then attended Santa Ana College, completing their basic fire academy and received a degree in fire science. From 2006-2017, Jason worked as an EMT for Huntington Beach Fire, Long Beach Fire, and Children's Hospital of Orange County. He accepted a dispatch position for Indio Police Dispatch, initially with the intention of just trying dispatch to gain experience, but then almost immediately developed a passion for the job and found it to be a perfect match for his skills and experience for a long-term career. Jason's hobbies outside of dispatch are CrossFit classes, Spartan obstacle races, cooking, and spending time with his dog, who he treats like a child. His mother still lives in Orange County. Dad and siblings are all in other areas, Chicago, Fort Lauderdale, and Houston. So typical vacations are spent traveling to visit family. Jason?
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, City Council. I'm very excited for the opportunity to be here. Like the Chief had said, I became a resident of the city about 2 years ago. So this is the first time I've really worked for a city that I actually live in and have some actual reason to want to see things do well, and it just has a personal connection for me. So I'm really excited for the opportunity to be here and see the city as it continues to grow.
Thank you, Jason. And that was another important factor. 2 of the 5 actually live in the city, so they have a very long commute of, I think, 2 minutes and maybe a minute. So they know the community, and they're very happy to be here. Okay, the next one is, please welcome Dispatcher Sean Longoria. Yes. What? Sean comes from us, by the way, the Marine Corps base in 29 Palms, where he served as an enlisted military police officer. After the Marine Corps, Sean served as a public safety dispatcher, dispatching for police, fire, and EMS on the base. Sean is excited to start his career with the city and to serve the people of Desert Hot Springs.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, June. Excited to start my career with you guys and serve the people of Desert Hot Springs. Thank you.
My turn with the easy names. Well, I want to welcome Dawn Byers.
Wow, hard name.
Please help me welcome dispatcher Dawn Byers. Dawn was born and raised in the Coachella Valley. She's graduated from Indio High School, and she started a career in law enforcement right out of high school as a dispatcher with the Coachella Police Department. From there, she went on to work for the Indio Police Department. After several years, she decided to leave law enforcement and become a legal assistant and raise 3 children. Dawn has always maintained close ties and relationships to law enforcement, as her mother is a retired lieutenant with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, and her daughter works as a dispatcher for the Banning Police Department. Dawn recently relocated back to the Coachella Valley after lived in both New York City and Northwest Arkansas for the past 13 years. For the last nearly 3 years, she has worked for the Springdale Police Department, where she did police and fire as a dispatcher, certified training officer, and TAC officer. Dawn has 3 adult children and 1 granddaughter who also live in Coachella Valley. And in her spare time, she enjoys traveling, bowling, reading, and photography.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy Chief. I'm really excited to be here. I never thought I'd come back to California again after being gone for so long, but I do have ties here, so I'm really excited to come back. My ex-husband actually said, hey, Desert Hot Springs is hiring, and they're starting a new center, and so I thought it's perfect to be at the ground floor of a brand new center, and so I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
And our last of our 4 tonight is going to be Leslie Avalon. Leslie's family moved from Texas to Coachella Valley in 1989. After graduating high school in 1999, she went to vocational training and received a license in cosmetology. Since then, she has worked closely with the general public and most recently as a service department dispatcher for more local car dealerships. After getting married in 2003, her and her husband purchased their first home in Desert Hot Springs, and in 2006 have lived here. I apologize.
Okay.
She bought their house in 2006 in Desert Hot Springs and lived in the area ever since. She is proud to have been afforded this opportunity to serve the community as she has been part of the last 16 years. She looks forward to putting her years of customer service experience to good use by offering that vital link between our community and police officers.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief. Definitely June. I really do look forward to my new career, which is probably my 5th one. And my commute is terrible. 1.5 miles is, I don't know if I can do it. But I do appreciate the opportunity, and like Dawn said, being on the ground floor of something like this is really exciting because we get to build our team the way we want it, along with our fabulous leader here. But thank you all, and I appreciate the opportunity.
So as you can see by these choices, they have a wide variety of a background, and I think they're going to do well for Desert Hot Springs as dispatchers, especially 2 of them, knowing the community and knowing, what the community stands for. They're really going to help us with the customer service aspect. Okay, the next person, person that we're going to introduce is Nick. Is Albert. Come on up. Albert's the one that's the black and white. Albert is our comfort dog for the station. When we knew we were going to bring dispatch in, we wanted to get a comfort dog for dispatch. But then we started looking around, and other agencies were using the comfort dog inside the police station. Well, what Albert is trained for is basically going around seeing if anybody has a bad day and kind of giving them a better aspect as far as the day. Albert's actually worked out really well. You can see morale at the station has gone up. You could go to a bad call and then come in and see this floppy-eared dog coming at you looking for treats. We could also use Albert for victims of crimes, so children or other victims that have to be interviewed. Albert will go by and lend his support to the victims. We're really excited. He was initially trained by Guide Dogs of the Desert, and then Web K9 trained him as a comfort dog. And so we're really excited about Albert. I don't know if he really likes the vest. As soon as he sees the vest come out, he kind of runs the other way. But that's Albert, and I don't think he's going to want to speak, so.
For a treat, maybe.
Yeah. Albert, sit. Albert, sit. That was his. But thank you for coming. The dispatchers will be around. We're looking at having a open house before dispatch actually opens up so that people could come by, see what dispatch looks like, and get questions answered before they actually go live. Once they go live, I believe we're going to allow City Council to come by and see them initially start up this exciting portion of the police department. We have 2 other phases that are going to go on after dispatch, and like I said, we're really excited dispatch is coming back to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, and on behalf of the City Council, we welcome all of you. We look forward to you serving our community, and this has been a big piece of us furthering our public safety in our communities, having our own dispatch, so we're excited for you. Thank you. Welcome.
Put Albert up here. In the mayor's chair.
Oh, please, have them do the meeting, too. People will be smiling and happy for a while. We'll be recessed until 6. Ready, Gerald? All right. Welcome. This is the City of Desert Hot Springs regular meeting of the City Council, and the City Council serving as a successor agency to the former Redevelopment Agency Board for Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. This is our 6 p.m. regular session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts.
Present.
Councilmember Nunez.
Present.
Councilmember Pai.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Present.
And Mayor Mattis.
Present. Our invocations tonight will be given by Dr. John Tinker of the Word of Life Church.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Let's pray, y'all. Dear God, we come to you tonight. We thank you for this gathering and these fine people. We ask your blessings on the mayor, the city council, and our awesome DHS staff, city staff. We thank you, God. We ask for peace to reside over this meeting. Your word says in 1 Corinthians 14 that all things should be done decently and in order. So, God, we pray that all things are done decently and in order tonight. And we just ask for your blessings on this gathering. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We will ask you to stand now. We're going to pledge to our nation's flag. Ready, begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We did recess our closed session. We were not able to get to the final item. Was there anything to report at this time?
Nothing's thus far.
We'll be approving the agenda at this time. I know there's one item to be pulled. We have two items on the consent calendar. Mr. Betts, you said item 16 you'd like to pull?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, pulling item 16, please.
And we will be accepting a motion to approve the agenda and the other item on the consent calendar, which is the item 15. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on that consent item? No one coming forth. I'll entertain a motion.
I so moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next, we're going to go to public comment at this time pursuant to the Brown Act. Any persons may comment on matters of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council not listed on the agenda. Under the Brown Act, the City Council shall not take action on or discuss matters raised during the public comment portion of the agenda that are not listed on the agenda. All comments are redirected to the City Council, shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum during public comments. If you do have a public comment that's not on an agenda item, you can fill out a blue sheet back there and give it to the city clerk. I have 3 public comments that are not on the agenda, and the first one's David Cart.
Interest, although it's already a little bit late at the time, and that is fireworks. Now that we are experiencing a record drought, a single spark could set off an inferno. There is no earthly reason to add to the danger by igniting explosive charges. 2 years ago, my house was nearly set ablaze by a stray rocket that landed next to it. My poor dog is frightened out of his wits by them, despite all the measures that I've tried using to calm him down: thunder jacket, tranquilizers, CBD oil, soft music, etc. Every year, thousands of frightened pets run away. The lucky ones are picked up and sent to shelters where they may be reunited with their owners or adopted. The unlucky ones are euthanized. The remainder are left to wander in our hazardous area in danger of death by starvation, dehydration, being run over, bitten by snakes, or eaten by coyotes. California has several penal code sections defining animal abuse and animal cruelty. Penal Code 597 is defined as anyone who intentionally maims, tortures, wounds, or kills an animal is guilty of a crime punishable by imprisonment in a California state prison, a fine of $20,000 or both, or up to 1 year in a county jail. Fireworks is an inadvertent form of animal abuse. There are some valley cities besides our own that are allowing so-called safe and sane fireworks. Those cities include Blythe, Coachella, and Indio. Right now, there is so much anger in our country about politics, the pandemic, the Ukrainian invasion, the economy, homelessness, mass shootings, etc. Fireworks have been turned into another outlet to vent aggression. They are no longer just a way to let kids have their fun. No fireworks can be sold, stored, used, or discharged for private use in Indian Wells, La Quinta, Palm Desert, Palm Springs, or Rancho Mirage. Violation can result in a misdemeanor, confiscation, and/or disposal of fireworks, and fines ranging from $500 to $2,000. I'm hoping that DHS will follow their lead and join them, but I'm not optimistic that this will happen. It is ironic that most of these items used to celebrate our American holiday are not made in America. They are made in China. All fireworks sale booths should be closed. Their profits could be made up.
Thank you, Mr. Carp. That's been your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Eddie Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city officials, and residents of Desert Hot Springs. I was at the July 2nd firework exhibit show. It was fantastic. I want to praise our Chief of Police here, Jim Henson, for being traffic control. He did great afterwards, but we had a crowd. It was really good. It was very handled professional. There was no incidents, no problems. And I was very pleased to go to that. Food vendors were great too, and I just want to say thank you and praise everybody for that. And number two, I still would like to see the city of Desert Hot Springs bring the Vietnam Traveling Ball to Desert Hot Springs, and hopefully the city will cover it this time, because we are still losing a lot of Vietnam vets, and we still would like to see our brothers and sisters who have lost their lives on that wall. There's 58,479 on the wall, and they're still finding remains. So I hope the city will one day be able to bring it back soon again, so we can honor our brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Jose Reyes.
Good evening. I would like to just, on the street that we live on, we're recommending to see if you guys can provide street lights for our street, our neighborhood. I've had a couple break-ins in my van and taken all my tools. So it's pretty dark on our street, so it's something that we wish if you guys can look into that as well.
What street is it, sir?
San Juan Road, off of West.
Well, as you walk back, I'll have one of our staff members meet with you and get some information from you.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Stephanie Hernandez?
Hello. I'm also here to speak on the same subject of needing streetlights on our street. It is very dark. We have we're having a lot more crime activity, and I feel that it's happening just because of the few houses that are a problem in our area. Like my neighbor, he had his truck broken into. My car, they've attempted to open the doors on my driver door. And it would be nice to get more lighting. I was recently here last month in regards to the sobriety home being put next to my house. So it would give me, and I'm sure my neighborhood, a lot more comfort if we had more lighting. You know, they have a curfew of being out till midnight on the weekends. I don't want to reverse into anybody and knock somebody over. And yeah.
Thanks. Make sure Nick's back there, our Public Works Director. And it was the same street, correct, San Juan?
Yes.
And he'll take some information so he can keep you updated. Friends of the Library has a presentation for us tonight.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, the staff and guests, thank you. We just recently had our first anniversary of our new Desert Hot Springs Library, and that's backwards. Okay, here we go. And the board, we have a new board and active members. And this is 1 year of the previous year when they were just getting it under construction. And here is a grand opening. We had Manuel Perez from the county, our mayor, and Riverside County Librarian. Accomplishments during the library's first year, the membership of the library went from 6 members to 149 and still growing. And I'd like to invite every one of you here to join the Friends of the Library. It doesn't cost much. Stop in the library and enjoy it. There's some benefits to it and this sort of thing. We appreciate your membership. Monthly general meetings, we have speakers, okay, And we also have speakers from the community come in that are represented. And so our meetings aren't too boring, but they are interesting, and it all leads to helping the library in some fashion. We've reached out to the community for liaisons, and as you see there, we have City Council, Spa City, Historical Society, the Senior Center Rec Department, Christina Felipe, and Cabot's Adobe, Palm Springs Unified, and Mission Springs Water Department. And they've all been active. It's a new home for the Spa City Palatiers Art Society, and they've made a nice, generous donation. So that's helpful. They've donated paintings to raise money for the library. We have a very, very active bookstore with a heck of a lot of books, and they're all for sale, very reasonable, and there's somebody that is staffing that facility every day. So that is a positive. We have a fall, or this last year, we had a fall and spring book sale and opportunity drawing, lots of fun for everyone, and it was quite successful. The library staff, a big thank you to our library staff for all their support and what they do. They put out a monthly calendar on a regular basis, and we have programs for children, teens, and adults. There was a NASA program, story time, painting, STEAM, a summer reading program that's going on right now, holiday party with Santa, and crafts, adult book club, and concerts, okay? You can see some of the things and some of the fun, the activities. And we had the Desert Hot Springs Elks Lodge shared a gratitude grant to buy free books for the kids, and that was for the summer reading program. We also had a very wonderful anniversary party. We had mariachis of Palm Springs, and that was very successful and a heck of a lot of fun. And Danny Holt concerts. And we had an author series this year, and it started in January, ended in May, on a variety of subjects. And these were the authors that attended, and there was a lot of work put in to organize all these people and get them all together and everything else, and we're very, very proud of that series. And the attendance has been quite good. In fact, for Audrey Moe, we had to turn people away. It filled up the capacity of the room. And Louis Fuentes, we had him, and he was Huell Hauser's cameraman, if any of you know anything about Huell Hauser. And the results of a grant that was written by my better half, Sally Hedberg, we received a burger grant for $25,000, and that is going to go for equipment and this type of thing to support programs in the library. And you can see how that's all going to be used there. 3D printers, tablets, other science related and technology for toddlers, teens, and adults. And there's the plaque that we received for the Big Heart, and that was a Rotary for the Outstanding Nonprofit of the Year. Okay, I want to thank you very much, and please come and enjoy the library. You've got to be very proud of it.
We are very proud of what you're doing to make that library a good place. Thank you. I have no other speaker cards for general public comments. I do have multiple comments on items on the agenda, but nothing for general. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to the City Council on non-agendized items? All right, with that said, we'll close the public comments this time. We'll move to city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We have two quick updates. The first from our Finance Director, Jeffrey Buckheim.
Good evening. So actually, I'd like to point out first that the fiscal year 21-22 revenues are preliminary numbers, and the fiscal year 2021 and 19-20 are the final year numbers for those years. So for the most recent fiscal year 21-22, we actually still have adjustments we'll be making over the next 2 months, so these numbers will be changing. But as of June 30th, our revenues for 21-22 was over $26 million, which is 82% of the budget. Last fiscal year, our revenues came in at 25.7 for the year, which is at 101% of the budget. The year before, we're at 23 million, which is at 102% of the budget. For fiscal year 21-22, expenditures were over 25.7 million, which is at 82% of the budget. Last year, our expenditures were at 24.7 million, which were only 91% of that year's budget. And the final for 19-20 was 22.4 million, which was 93% of that year's budget.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Next, Nick Haker from our Public Works Department.
Good evening. Before I get started on our updates, I want to give a background and update at the signal at Indian Canyon and Dillon Road. The signal is part of the county's CIP project that did the widening on Indian Canyon. Soon after the project was completed, the signal cabinet was hit in an accident. This accident caused catastrophic damage to the software inside the control cabinet. During this time, the Coachella Valley experienced high wind conditions. The extreme weather conditions contributed to the damage of the signal hardware. The city submitted work orders to county notifying them of the flashing signal. The city's public works inspector has been in contact with county requesting updates. The following is an update of the signal at Indian Canyon and Dillon Road from Riverside County as of today. Riverside County received an approval on alternative methods of installation for the signal backplates, which is the hardware. They received that this afternoon. County requested the contractor provide them with a date when the work will be conducted. As soon as county is notified of the date, we will then be notified and we'll give that information to council. Now for our public works updates, this will have road closures, SoCal Gas Company line upgrades, and Dig Alert and USA markings. For public work updates, there's road closures for construction. This is going to be Thursday, July 14th, 2022 on 1st Street and 3rd Street from Palm Drive to Cactus. Friday, July 15th, 2022, 2nd Street and 4th Street from Palm Drive to Cactus. All road closures are scheduled from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Road closures are for all traffic. Are for all traffic. This includes residents that live there. This is a map showing the road closures. This is the notifications that the residents that live there will be receiving, explaining the road closures and the dates. There is also, they call it out on here, saying that to make accommodations for parking because the roads will be closed throughout the day. Because this is a road slurry, that it will bring up tire tracks and will interfere with road conditions as they put it down. So it will be notified in both in English and in Spanish. SoCal Gas is continuing their line upgrades. This is a list of all the current active road construction projects for SoCal Gas. But we've received a lot of calls in Public Works about people having flags or markings in their streets. They call it tagging or entering their property. So I just wanted to give an update on what this means, because we're going to have a lot of road construction projects coming up. California state law requires any operator or excavator to conduct dig alerts for any projects that require digging, boring, or excavating. Dig Alert and Underground Services Alert USA identifies underground utility locations. The utility locations are temporarily marked with color code spray paint, chalk paint, whiskers, or flags. The pictures on the left is what a resident might see in their yard and think someone's messing with their yard or spray painting their grass or their dirt. And the pictures on the right is what you see on a street project. So it's not tagging, it's actually information. So when they do the digging or the boring, the contractors know where the actual lines are, and this is a public safety element. And that concludes my report.
Thanks, Nick. And then finally, before we go back, we have one quick announcement regarding our Little League playoffs from the Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and everyone in attendance. This is actually a fun update. Our local Little League players have advanced into All-Star season, and the last several weeks have been playing in those tournaments. One of our divisions, our senior boys division, which is 14 to 16-year-old boys, they won the district flag for District 58, which is a huge accomplishment. They went on to sectionals. They did come up a little short. They won one game, lost two, but they left it all out on the field. So it's something we're very proud of, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge them tonight.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Mayor and council member comments. I'll start with Mr. Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Want to thank staff and the PD and everybody else that handled the 4th of July, or the 2nd of July, I guess we call it, event. It was really well run. The COP were out there directing traffic, and I don't think I've seen it done any better than being able to get out of that park with all that traffic. Somebody put a great plan together. Roberta's not here, but a big shout out to her. And wow, that grand finale was pretty darn nice. That's all I kept hearing from people afterwards, was how nice that was. So big thank you to staff for doing that. It was just fantastic. This Thursday, I'll head up to Southern California Association of Governments for meetings on Thursday in LA. Attended Sunline on Wednesday the 22nd, still working on some labor issues, salary, wages, trying to get the bus lines up to full running again. They're still running on a shortened schedule. Attended Riverside County Transportation Commission as an alternate for the mayor. Enjoyed our fireworks last night, but like a lot of people, there's was quite a few going off over our head that, were raining debris on us. So hopefully we can get something going on getting that corrected. I know somebody in the audience mentioned it, and we do have stiff fines out there, and looking forward to the report on that, probably at the next meeting, hopefully. Quick questions coming in from residents. There's a building, I never knew it was called Forever Plaza, but it's down there at Vaughn's, and it's looks like somebody started to paint it really bright yellow. Do we have any update on that? Because a lot of people are wondering, one, about the color, and two, why it's not finished, or hoping it doesn't get finished, whichever the case may be.
So we were just surprised at the color and immediately started communication with the property owner. He has given the city consent to move forward with putting the paint color to the natural paint of the building, so it could be remedied very quickly. And Daniel Porras is working with the contractor now and hopes to get it done within the next week.
Yes. Okay, so well, hopefully everybody listening got that one. And then I've had somebody called and complained about concerned about traffic on Two Bunch Palms between West and Little Morongo. And there's a whole bunch of cones that were set up there, which I thought were great because they were a nice warning. But we have a whole bunch of factory workers getting out of there. The speed limit's 45. I took and I drove it, and it's dark and it's dangerous. And I wonder if we can consider doing something, either whatever those cones are for, and they are, but they seem to be traffic calming a little bit. But something needs to be done to improve the safety for the workers coming out, because they're crossing a dark road at 45 with people traveling 45 miles an hour or faster. So I'm just asking if staff could go take a look and see if there's something we can do, maybe a stop sign along that road or whatever it is. I know stop signs are darn near impossible to get approved, but if you could go take a look and see what we can do to improve the safety. There's just so many people working there, which is great to see, but I just hate to think somebody coming across there in the dark is going to have a problem. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attended the one-year anniversary of the library along with Councilmember Pye and Mr. Betts. The event was from our wonderful friends at the DHS Library. They wandered away, but a great mariachi band, lots of yummy pan dulce. It was hard to believe it's been a year since that's been open. Attended the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce Awards dinner and had the honor of introducing all of our DHS businesses that were there. And I see one out there, Mr. Holman. The mayor was unable to attend, so it was my privilege to be able to do that. Councilmember Pai joined me. And it was a great event. A lot of wonderful businesses here in town. Food Now was nominated again. Unfortunately, they didn't win, but some great businesses and lots of exciting things coming. Deputy City Manager Doria Wilms and I had a very exciting meeting with the Executive Director of the Joshua Tree National Park Association. And these are the folks that run the visitor center up at Joshua Tree. And they raise funds for the park, put on a number of programs. They want to come into the city and help us with the rec center, taking kids up to Joshua Tree, doing some tours. We're developing an app that lets kids explore the park, particularly on this side of the park, and maybe even bring a small retail shop visitor center here to DHS. So as the only city in the valley with direct access to Joshua Tree, I'm glad they want to partner with us, and it's really going to be fun to see what that develops into. And lastly, like the rest of the council, great fireworks show. Miss Luna, the dog, and I played it safe and watched from our back porch, and had a wonderful view. It's even spectacular from the distance we were at, so I can only imagine how cool it was in person. So thanks PD and Public Works and Roberta Cernick and everybody who pulled that together. It was an absolutely spectacular and very safe event. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Mr. Nunez?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Pai?
I'm going to say it again, this is what you guys had said, and I think the police, including the police chief and assistant police chief, citizen on patrol, fire department, public work, persons that contracted with the fireworks for checking the wind on a regular basis, and Ms. Cernick for a safe and very wonderful fire event. That's it.
And I don't have too much. I will be brief. Again, wanted to congratulate as our deputy city manager did all the little league teams, and going into how it happens as they play the season, and then the best players from each division are put under all-star teams and they play. My wife and I manage the major girls, ages 13-ish. That all think they're 30, and they took second place in the tournament in Banning, so that was fun. There you'll still see activity at the Warman Park Little League field as Desert Hot Springs is hosting the rookie tournament. So you'll see a lot of us out there still volunteering, umpiring, doing those things. That will go on until this weekend, possibly through Monday. I attended the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Executive Committee, Desert Hot Springs. So how the rotation works in the past on the vice chair and the chair was it was nominated, usually a popularity contest. And some cities started to get a little upset that their rotation wasn't equal. And so 2, 3, 4 years ago, there was a big discussion about it. A new policy was put into place that each city will be rotated equally, including the tribes that participate in the Coachella Valley Association of Governments. And it's fortunate for Desert Hot Springs. I was elected to vice chair, and the chair is Coachella, and then next year it'll rotate into Desert Hot Springs being chair. And that just keeps us at the forefront with our projects and everything and making sure that we're heard. So very exciting for us. They had, after that was the General Assembly. I was traveling. We started our vacation a little early. And Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for stepping in and introducing. They basically went through some of the activities throughout the year that the CVAG has accomplished, introduced a new new incoming chair, and said thank you to the outgoing chair. But the funnest part was they asked all the mayors to give baby pictures, and then they did a guessing contest. So it was fun. The realtors, so the Palm Springs Realtors has a Desert Hot Springs branch caravan off of there, and they had me speak this morning to them. So thank you. I think Kip's here and Reggie Bigford, and so a couple of you guys are here. You were at that meeting this morning, so it was really great to give them an update. I think I've hit every realtor group now. It all seems to come one after the other, Cedar, Palm Springs, and then the Desert Hot Springs Caravan. So always fun to talk about. Wanted to remind everybody this is our last meeting for the summer. Desert Hot Springs goes dark in August, and we'll come back in September, so it gives us about 6 weeks off. It gives staff some time to take some vacation, well deserved, and gets everybody some time in these different departments to catch up. Nick's got 53 projects working. I don't know if it's that many, but Public Works has a lot of projects out there, so they're working hard. And then I also wanted to say thank you to all the hardworking staff that put together our 2nd of July event, which is to celebrate the 4th. We always do our event. There was quite a few questions throughout the years. Why do you not do it on the 4th? Well, it gives you an opportunity to see multiple events, and it gives us an opportunity to have an event that saves us a little bit more money on the fireworks and gives a better show. So it's an opportunity for us. I was not able to get in the venue tonight. We were coming back from my vacation, and my daughter broke her foot. So we threw her in the back of the truck and said, we'll find a parking spot close enough, but didn't really throw her in the back of the truck. Yeah, she broke her foot on vacation, but we're back and she's doing fine, and we got to see the fireworks show, and I just wanted to say thank you to staff again. A fantastic, whoever we've hired the last few years has done such a fantastic job of putting on that show, and to all our public works and everybody that goes out to be there, from fire to police and everybody in between, thank you for all your participation in that. It's usually on your own. It's usually on times that aren't like Monday through Friday. It's usually a Saturday or a Sunday or a holiday you're out there. So thank you again for doing that. All right, we're going to move on to our meeting. In our agenda tonight, we have multiple items, and there's multiple people here for different items. I'm going to work through the agenda in order. If I'm going to ask if there's anyone here in attendance for that item. If you do raise your hand for that item, then I'll hear that item. If there's no one raises their hand for that item, then I'm going to skip over that item, and we'll discuss it later in the agenda. But I don't want to have things on the agenda in order, and you come for that order and not be heard as I'm skipping around. So our first part of our business is public hearings. And I will open up number 5. It's a resolution affirming the report of public nuisance abatement costs and placing them on the tax roll. And I do understand there are a few people here for that. So we will hear this item first. First, we're going to get a staff report before we go to questions.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. At the end of every fiscal year, the Code Compliance Division proposes to assess all outstanding citations and costs related to abatement to property taxes. Property owners are notified 5 weeks in advance of the public hearing and given the opportunity to appeal or pay the outstanding amount without fines and penalties and avoid assessment. This year, the preliminary total is $379,228 and includes 108 properties in the city. Since being noticed of the pending assessment, 13 properties have been removed from the list due to payment in full or dismissal. The current amount owed is $336,725. If the assessment is approved, property owners have until July 14th to make payments or payment arrangements to avoid fines or penalties. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
At this time, this will be questions from us to the staff. If there's any questions before I open the public hearing, Ms. Pye? No. Mr. Nunez?
No, sir.
Mr. Gardner, Mr. Betts. No questions to staff. I'll open up the public hearing at this time, and we're going to take public testimony. I don't understand how we do in favor, opposed, or position, but well, let's just take public testimony in general. So if you are here to speak to an item, when you do come forth, if you can at least give us the property address so that we can recognize where you're at on the list, and then you complete your case. Would anybody like to speak to the City Council? I do have one speaker card. Teresa, did you want to speak, or did you solve?
Good evening, council members. I've been a resident of Desert Hot Springs for over 20 years. I did move out, but I do own a property still on 66262 4th Street. Here in Desert Hot Springs, and back in March of 2020, I believe it was, I did rent it out to a family. It was actually 2 people, and they have been there. They paid up until July of 2020, and after that, I guess since COVID hit and stuff, everything went haywire. Everything was a mess. So I wasn't able to really follow through. Lyft, I believe it's called Lyft to Rise, did bail them out at one point, but at this point right now, they are, once again, really far behind. I'm here to ask that you take a look at it because with my hands tied, I was not able to go in there and take anything out. I was sent citations, like to clean up the place, to do stuff to it, but I could not take their property from the yard. So I did go and I addressed it. I let them know, you know, you got to clean this up. You can't have this there. You need to take the vehicles off. To no avail. They're just like, oh yeah, okay. And when I rented to 2 people, now there's probably about 10. So they are almost the whole year behind. And I am in the process of selling the property. I did, my realtor, she did give them a notice. So June 15th, they were given a notice. They actually finally signed it. And that's where I'm at right now. They signed it, and so they have until July 15th. Once, if they don't move out at that time, then we will start the process of eviction. So we want to evict them out. I want to sell it, but at that time, I can go in at that time once they're out and go ahead and clean and do what I need to. So I'm here to ask that the council, make some considerations and get rid of those fees. But I am doing my best. I've always been a great citizen. I've helped. I've done everything, like for our kids and stuff. A lot of you guys know me from doing that kind of stuff. So I'm just asking for you guys to consider helping me out.
Christina, what's the fines on?
$1,600 before fines and penalties.
And what are they in regards to? Just debris and?
Property maintenance violations, mostly outside storage, things like that would essentially be caused by the tenant.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. We'll consider it during our debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think there was a shirt with this. Yes. Just state your name and the property address when you come forth, and then you can give us your testimony.
Yeah, my name is James Dotson. My property address is 66589 Flora. I did have some fines for public nuisance, whereas I had some cars that was parked in my yard, and there was some stucco on the wall that was cracking also. Back then, at the time that I was told to take it out, I got an extension, but I got a little sick. I couldn't take it out at that time. But I did manage to get everything up to par and squared away, but my fine, it came up to $1,100. So I was wondering if they can work with me with the fine or reduce it or have it expunged, but I do have pictures to where when I finished everything and got it back together.
Thank you, sir. And Christina, that's the only violation is what he was speaking about on that property?
Yeah, an inoperable vehicle and some issues with respect to the actual property, just the siding.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We'll talk about it during the debate, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I have another hand raised back there. Would you like to come forth?
Miguel Munoz, property located 66011 4th Street.
Sir, no one can hear you until you get to the microphone. Sorry about that.
Miguel Munoz, property 66011 4th Street. So I bought this property through a real estate, through the county auction. And anyway, so Officer Human sent me a citation for it, cleanup for $100. I was COVID sick, so I couldn't attend to it. 2 or 3 weeks after that, we went out there, cleaned it up. I spoke with her. She said, well, you need to do more cleaning up, which I did after that. Then I got a bill for $800. Then I called her again, and I submitted the paperwork to her because I didn't know what to do. And then I just got another for $1,200, and it says that I will get basically, I'm willing to submit this to you guys and give it to you guys, the property, because I don't think it's fair. I much rather give you that property and say, you know what, you guys take it. I bought it with hard-earned money, and I'm just hoping, that it's just find it unfair that I was sick, COVID sick at the time. I got a $400 ticket. Then it doubled up to $800. Now it's $1,200. When I did everything that she wanted me to do, as a matter of fact, I even went as far as she told me to go to the police officers, sign up a petition, whatever, a piece of paper saying that I needed to have them kind of like oversee the property as long as I put some do not trespass signs. I did all that, and I'm still getting billed for $1,200, $1,400.
Okay, sure. Your request tonight is to relieve those fees.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Is she gonna tell you how much money it is or no?
We have it here on our list, and
Okay.
I think you stated what it was for.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, for the time. My name is Victor Leon. The property is 66690 Two Bunch Palms Trail. And the fee or the amount is $600 that I'm asking to be waived. We purchased the property, me and my wife purchased the property back in June. It closed June 8th of 2021. The real estate ran all the title reports and nothing showed up on the title report. We didn't get the notice of this violation until May of 26 of 2022. And we asked them to go back because, we would have had the previous owner pay for it if it was an infraction prior to us purchasing it. And they said by this time we'd have to come and ask the council for this to be removed. I do have a copy of the title report, and it does show the City of Desert Hot Springs adding to the report on the 18th of June. So, I'm just asking for some leniency here and have it removed. Back in February, May, we did receive a notice from the city that there was trash on the property, which we did take care of. We removed it, we cleaned it, and we submitted a report on that, and I believe that's been cleared. So if you go to the lot, it's perfectly clear. I don't even know what the fine was for. I believe it was for a car which was on the lot, which when we purchased the lot, we asked the previous owner to remove it anyways, which they did, or they were going to, but it was actually the neighbor who was parked there. So they quit parking there, but I'm just asking for it to be removed. So
Thank you for coming up.
thank you.
Anyone else? Last call for this item to speak in public comments or public during the open public hearing. I see nobody else coming forth at this time. We'll close the public hearing and we'll get to city council discussion. We have multiple items on this. We're getting a lot of feedback. I don't. Yeah, but it's he was doing the same thing, and over here it keeps feeding back. So I don't know if there's a way to turn the volume down a little bit. Either way, we have multiple cases on here. We had 4 show up. In the past, what we have done is if we feel compelled to relieve those fees, we do them. We take them off this roll. We have them continue to work with code enforcement, and if they don't adhere to whatever the reasons are, then they will get back onto the next roll in the future. But we have them work with them, have them go out, check it, and we'll relieve those fees. That's what we've done in the past. If there's any other discussion on that, you're more welcome to. So I already. Anyone have any comments? Go ahead.
So, Roger, did you want to go?
Okay. Yes.
So I forget which one it was that was talking about having a renter that wasn't, they had no control of the property. I know I've had calls from different people before where code had contacted them. They said, I don't know what to do. I'm powerless to go in there and do anything to remedy this problem. And yet I've got this problem going on. And it seems like they're caught in a catch-22 situation where there's absolutely nothing they can do to avoid fines, and then the fines start racking up. I don't know how staff handles that, but on this particular one, I guess my question would be, they're talking about maybe going through the eviction process to get rid of these people, but they didn't say they were. And I'm just wondering, what kind of assurance is there that the property will get cleaned up once that's corrected, and what condition was it in before? And then there's always the question of when a new buyer comes along and finds out they have fines on the property and somehow it didn't get picked up, I guess, in the escrow. And I would say go talk to your escrow, your title company, who's supposed to do all that and look that up for you. And if you've got fines, say, hey, you missed something, you're paying for it. Now, if you buy it on the courthouse steps, then you better do that work yourself. And I think the first stop's always got to be City Hall to find out if there's any code enforcement fines. I know a lot of people don't know that, but sitting here for as long as I have, I've seen that one come along a lot of times. I know staff has put these here for a reason. They've done their job. Is there any, Christine, is there anybody who got a courtesy notice and didn't respond of these people that come here, and then it doubled and they kept ignoring it, and that's why the amount is what it is? Because I know a lot of these start out as just a courtesy notice. And when people ignore those, then they tell me, oh, I got a fine for $100. I said, well, you must have ignored a courtesy notice. And invariably they say, yeah, that happened. What's the circumstances here? Can you give us some detail?
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of context. I don't have it all in front of me. As far as the property owner here for Buena Vista, she did have a lot of communication back and forth with code enforcement with respect to the tenants. The tenants also reached out to us, and they did try to comply as best as they could. That being said, there's still ongoing violations. Because she's currently in escrow, the way that we would typically handle this is with a demand. So essentially, the new property owner would sort of inherit those violations and pay those citations. Otherwise, if we moved forward with the assessment, we would provide in that agreement that it had been assessed to the property taxes. That property was in violation for quite some time, and she didn't have the ability to actually physically go onto the property because a lot of what was stored outside were personal belongings of the tenants.
So they're stuck? I mean, they were powerless to correct that situation because of the tenant situation?
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that, I think there's been a lot of, miseducation with respect to when property owners were permitted to start filing unlawful detainers. And so I think a lot of what they've heard over the last 2 years is that they didn't have any power, but there's been several months where now they could have filed unlawful detainers, and some are just getting started.
Okay. And I know that, I don't know if this is related to any of these, but I got to ask this question. We had a program before where if a property was really bad, and had amassed a whole bunch of fines, and a new owner came in on the promise that they were going to fix it up, and then did. My understanding is they would be forgiven at least a portion or all of the fines. And I know there's a couple examples. There's a house over on Acoma that was an absolute wreck, and now it's beautiful. And I understand that they got that consideration. Do we have any situations like that here where a new owner's coming in and they have the opportunity to correct this property, or is there none of them that fit that pattern?
So for 4th Street, it looks like there was a lot of communication back and forth with the property owner. This is a sort of tricky situation. Anytime that a property owner purchases a property at tax auction, they need to contact the city and do their due diligence before purchasing the property so that they're aware of any outstanding, fines, any outstanding code enforcement cases. In this situation, the property owner, from what I understand, wanted to sort of extend the compliance date so that he would be provided time to remove the existing slab and then ultimately rebuild. Well, the violations exist today, and so we were pushing for correction now. As far as Victor Leone with 2 Bunch Palms, I did do some research into that case. It appears that when the preliminary report was first ran, there were no outstanding citations, but by the time that they closed, there was an outstanding citation, and to me, it's the agent that would have been responsible to pull another preliminary before close and inform them that, hey, by the way, this has come up in that time. Unfortunately, they did not do that, so I did advise them to get with their agent and go over that information. It is a minor offense. It was an abandoned vehicle parked on that vacant lot. It would be my recommendation that we dismiss that particular citation.
It is your recommendation that we dismiss that one?
Yes, for Victor Leone, 2 Bunch Palms.
Wow, that was
They did have a subsequent case after they acquired the property, and they took care of those violations right away. As far as James Dotson with the AVA, it does look like he did try to communicate and get a few extensions. He just could never, make the corrections. So maybe a reduction would be appropriate in that one.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Christina, are there any of the residents here from last year that we went through all this?
There are not.
Okay, very well.
Thank you. Just a quick comment on that. We do have a lot of people that are terribly afraid of our code enforcement officers, and I wanted to hopefully point out to people tonight that our code enforcement officers, we're not in this to make money on fines. We want compliance, and we will work with you on compliance. And I think the people that came here today made some very compelling statements and reasons why, and I think that's evident that our code compliance officers are willing to work with you if you're willing to work with them. If you do the brush off with them, they're not going to, and I don't think any of us up here would stand for that either. So I'm comfortable, Mr. Mayor, if you are, if we want to go ahead and make a motion on.
I need to ask. Jan and I haven't had a chance to ask any questions. I'll come back to you. Ms. Pye?
I missed one part of this. Mr. Mendoza, 12,000.
Which one are you looking at?
I may have spelled it wrong.
Are you looking at the 4th Street one?
Is the gentleman here?
The 4th Street?
I just have Mr. Mendoza, 12,000.
There's none for 12,000. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, it may have been Mr. Munoz, Miguel Munoz at 66011 4th Street.
Yeah.
I wrote it down for 1,200, but I'm not sure if that's correct.
Yeah, it's 1,200.
That's it.
And what was that fine for?
So he acquired a property
Oh,
with the slab and the vacant lot that he plans to, construct on in the future.
My only recommendation on these would, obviously you have one recommendation for dismissal. I would, what we've done in the past is, when does this have to be presented to the county?
July 14th?
July 14th, so we don't have much time on this. But I would pull the other 3 and allow them time to work with our code enforcement. It sounds like they're passionate enough to come up with a solution, and if they adhere completely, I would I would dismiss them at that point, but it would be up to Ms. Newsom, and I would give it no more than 90 days.
And that was the motion I was going to make, and so if we need to read those APNs into the motion, or do you want to, you've got it written down, I don't.
The first one that would make a recommendation for dismissal would be the 66690 Two Bunch Palms, and then the 90-day extensions to work with compliance. The only one I worry about a little bit is Mr. Ramirez is her property because of the sale and the tenant, so I would be inclined to maybe make that more of 120 days.
I'd like to dismiss that one.
You want to dismiss it?
Yeah.
Would you be open?
I'm open to dismissing that one.
Okay, so we dismissed it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, dismissed it to, or are you looking to dismiss all of them?
We were going to give them 90 days to bring them into compliance, but if you wanted to say 120, I'm okay with 120.
Why don't we make it just in general? So we're going to dismiss 66690, and the other 3 we will dismiss completely if they adhere within, is 120 days reasonable?
Okay, that's the motion.
And then the rest of them we put on the tax roll.
Yeah.
All right, there is a motion. We'll wait for a second.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
Yes, I'm looking at the list, Christina, and how do we get to residents owing 40,000, 12,000, 32,000?
So the larger numbers that you see are typically abatements. So large-scale abatements, that may be a demolition, that may be a property cleanup. Anytime we conduct an abatement, we obviously need to use city attorneys. So there may be city attorneys' fees related to that. And then also, the longer that we're on a case and the more that we touch it, we try to recover staff time and fines and penalties. So that's how they usually get to that
Usually, are we
point.
getting in contact with the property owner? Are they forward-coming, willing to work with city, or are they just straight out abandon the property?
If we've gotten to the point of abatement, typically the property owner has shown that they have no intention of complying and no intention of correcting, otherwise we wouldn't have got to that point. There are certain circumstances where property owners simply can't afford the abatement and they'll provide us consent to move forward with it, and they understand that the result is an assessment and they're comfortable with that.
Very well, thank you.
No other comments, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, the 4 parties that did speak, if you can make sure that you've made contact with our code enforcement department so they have your information, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much. Our next item on the agenda is a resolution ordering annual assessments for Desert Valley Disposal Solid Waste Refuge Services of residential properties for fiscal year 2022-23. Mr. Buckheim?
Yes, thank you. So on June 21st, 2022, City Council approved a resolution of intent to levy assessments for solid waste services. The placement of residential buildings for solid waste services in the tax roll is part of the franchise agreement the city has with Desert Valley Disposal. DVD requests placement of the annual residential solid waste services billing on the fiscal year 22-23 tax roll in the amount of $3,915,667.49, which represents 7,609 accounts. And we have Chris Cunningham here with DVD for any other questions.
Do we have any questions for staff from City Council? I see none. We'll open the public hearing at this time. We'll take any public testimony in favor, opposed, or neutral position. Would anybody like to speak to the City Council on this item? I see nobody coming forth. We will close the public hearing at this time, and we'll discuss. Mr. Betts.
All right, so we have a letter from Desert Valley Disposal that went out to all residents advising them of what took place and explaining it seems to be very clearly. And they did explain that the weekly curbside bulky waste collection program, we've dropped that. And so they notified them that that's not part of the process. So I'm just putting that out as a point of information, everybody watching this closely. That's it.
Anyone else have any other comments? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
If there's no more debate, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Is there anyone here for the housing element, 2021 housing element? Would anybody have any public comment for this item? All right, we'll move that item to after some of the other items. Item number 8 is the 2021 general plan annual assessment or annual progress report. Anyone here for that item? I see no one here for that item. We're going to move to the administrative calendar, and we will go to the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce agreement. Ms. Holmes?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. The Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce has been active and working with the business community in Desert Hot Springs for the past several years without an agreement in place with the city. They now wish to partner with the city as a private business support organization to provide professional services to the city and our business community. If approved, the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce and the City of Desert Hot Springs would mutually collaborate on the production of business and community-oriented events in the city. This includes, but is not limited to, event management, economic development, business support services, advertising, and public relations for the city and chamber program sponsorships. Additionally, the City of Desert Hot Springs would agree to sponsor a variety of Greater Coachella Valley Chamber special events throughout the year. That concludes my staff report. We do have Emily Filipino, I hope I pronounced it correctly, and Jeff Holman to answer any questions that the council may have.
Emily, Jeff, any comments? I know Jeff is the president of the Desert Hot Springs chain, and then Emily is the, what is your official title? The general manager? I want to say general manager. It's not your general manager. Executive director? Thank you.
Mic on. I'm the president and CEO for the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce, and then we have installed, thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Gary Gardner, a new business committee for Desert Hot Springs, of which Jeff is our committee chair.
I got all those titles wrong, but good. I'm glad you fixed them for me.
If there are no questions, just a comment. I've had the pleasure of meeting with many of you. I know that my organization has a little bit of history here in the city, but over the last year that I've been present, my team, I've hired 50% new staff, and we've hosted a couple of things here in Desert Hot Springs. It's just been a total pleasure to get to know some of our business owners on a grassroots level, just literally walking in and doing what we call connection calls. We're really proud of the work that we've been able to do, literally connecting like Mossmo Better Skate Shop with a $10,000 grant recently, and connecting him with just other support services. And we've got a great committee together who's excited to just do grassroots work to make sure that businesses here in the city are supported, that they have the resources that they need, and that we can help with your economic development overall. So we're very excited and hopeful for tonight.
Well, that's pretty wonderful, and thank you for doing this. This has been really close to my heart to get our Chamber of Commerce solidified in our community so we can keep moving forward. I know you know this question is coming, but I've been really pushing bringing back our spa tour, and I know you have some ideas on that and how we would do forward. It's not part of our contract currently, but it's something I want to bring forth and hopefully have you manage, but you have some ideas on that. Could you explain that to City Council?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I understand it, this has actually been a part of your past history too with previous chambers. We, our staff are gurus at professional events. I wanted a chance for my team to become familiarized and more connected and engaged with some of the local spas and some of the other like tourism stakeholders at Visit Greater Palm Springs, and then also working with Tracy Turco's now on our executive committee. So what we wanted to do is just take a moment to powwow, cast vision, and then plan an event. The fact that it's not included in this part of the contract right now does not mean that we don't intend to bring it to you. We just wanted to do it thoughtfully versus throwing something in there and not really having the relative context or having the right partners in place just yet.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi. I had the distinct pleasure of introducing our team from Desert Hot Springs at the event the other day. And I don't have my notes to remember who they are. So would you be so kind as to let everybody know about our great local businesses that are on the board there?
Yes, and we have actually quite a few new ones. So we have Jeff Homan, who is our chair, Abraham Oleg, who is with Massimo Better Skate Shop. We have Irene Rodriguez with Cabot's Pueblo Museum. We have Tracy Turco with the Palm Springs Female Entrepreneurship Club. We have Thalia Ledesma, who you just referred over. And I forget which organization she's with.
With Fathom Realty, Desert Living Real Estate.
Perfect. And then last but not least, we have Vicky Patel with Entravision NBC.
Thank you. Yeah, we have some absolutely stellar people on that board. I'm really excited to see what you guys bring forth. And as the mayor said, the spa tour is a key to that, serving on the Visit GPS board as well as the liaison to the DHS Hoteliers Association. I know it's a key thing as we start to grow our tourism business here in the city and bring it up to par. So I'm really looking forward to that. So welcome.
Thank you.
One comment I get from a lot of people is we have a lot of visitors coming in from out of town. And if there's anything you can do to help get word out to them to visit our local businesses, that would be great. I think some of them come in and maybe I don't know where they go and do their shopping, but there's a lot of services here. So if you guys could do some reach out to not just the businesses that are here and the residents that are here, but the visitors, because we have a lot of visitors in town.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, included in the contract is some resource development where we can come up with infographics and some social media graphics, and then we can also work with our partners at Visit GPS too to make sure that they get seen by the right people as they're passing through. But it's almost like an evergreen shop local campaign, right? But not just for the residents. You kind of have to market it both ways. We're happy to do that.
Great, thank you.
Only question I have, will you have a office here in Desert Hot Springs, or if not, where was a local office would be?
Yeah, really great question. We don't currently have an office here in Desert Hot Springs. We'd actually like to use City Hall as a hub for many of our committee meetings, but then as we plan events, we want to drive people to a local business that we're trying to promote. It's not to say that we couldn't have an office here in the future. I think that you as a city could choose to help invest and support in something like that, but honestly, I don't think the return on investment is there for you. Really what people need and what business owners and professionals need is a go-to resource, and everybody knows the brand, the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce. So we're accessible digitally, we're accessible via the phone, we have both English and Spanish full-time staff. So really just making us the destination for that business support, I think, is what's most critical.
Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't meet with you, but that was my fault. Don't laugh. But I like what you said about return on investment. Also, I'm not going to judge you from the past. I'm going to judge you for current. I did attend your affair with the installation of officers, and you did something that we commented Daniel Porras on. It was how well he did his event. Your event was supposed to be finished at 7:30. I kept looking at my watch, and and it ended at 7:30.
It's a little bit, and I tried to sneak the congressman in there. I mean, I was sweating bullets.
Yes, but you got it right. I have suggested certain things to the city manager about returns. I would like for you, based on what I know so far, I would like for you to be able to continue a year from now, but I would like measurements for the first part, and I've talked to that with the city manager. I'm not going to put you through this because I didn't get to meet with you, but he'll run it by you.
Yeah, no, excellent. And we do want to be held accountable to our activity. And one of the things that staff will be doing is every time that we're making connection calls or out in the community, we're going to be taking that data and then sharing it in reports. And in fact, I'll plan on coming to council meetings, maybe quarterly or something, just giving you updates about what we're seeing, what trends we're spotting, what the word out on the street is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to take public comments and then we'll debate. Thanks. Would anybody like to speak on this item to the city council? Last chance, last call. Don't see anybody coming forward. I'll close public comments at this time, and I'll open it up to anyone wanting to make a motion or any more discussion.
I'll move that we sign the agreement with the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce.
Any more debate? Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you guys for coming out tonight. Our next item is item 10, and I know there's quite a few people here for this one, so we'll be hearing this item, an ordinance amending Chapter 5.44 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals. And before we get to this Deputy City Manager's report, I just wanted to state that we had a meeting a month ago that maybe quite a few of you attended or maybe not, and was debated on whether we should or should not move forward on strengthening our ordinance, possibly having restrictions, and those were public testimony, and we did receive quite a few written testimony to that. Tonight, we have a ordinance in front of you. It's been recommended by our staff that we take it in 3 parts, and I'll have our Deputy City Manager explain that. If you've already spoke on the item a month ago, I'm not going to stop you from speaking again, but we are asking that you kind of, because there is a lot of people that might want to speak to this item, that you kind of curtail your comments if they're just repeating what was done a month ago. But if you're adding stuff to it, please, we do definitely want to hear that. This is an administrative item, so we will limit comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council again. As the Mayor just said, earlier this year, Council members Gary Gardner and Russell Betts proposed a future agenda item to discuss details on the management enforcement of short-term vacation rentals. Council members Gardner and Betts met with staff and reviewed current STVR procedures, considered major areas of concern, researched solutions, and formed recommendations which were brought forward to the City Council on May 17th of 2022. During that meeting, the City Council discussed the details on management enforcement of STVRs, focusing on 4 major areas of concern. This includes STVR owner compliance, noise issues, STVR management, and city and resident impacts. Following the review of the STVR procedures and considering those major areas of concern, the City Council directed staff to amend the existing STVR ordinance to mitigate negative impacts on surrounding neighborhoods and to ensure the city accounts for STVRs and their applicable transient occupancy tax. Additionally, staff was requested to provide additional data to the City Council so that they could determine whether they should consider placing limits on the number of STVRs within the city. Currently, there are 242 identified short-term vacation rentals that are operating within the city of Desert Hot Springs. This figure has been confirmed via 2 separate STVR compliance software firms. Of these 242 properties, 118 are identified as being licensed, fully licensed to operate and compliant within the city. For comparison, the city of La Quinta has 1,163 STVRs. Palm Springs has 1,821. The city of Indio has 1,500. Currently, the city of Desert Hot Springs license fee for STVRs is $225, which is significantly lower than the cost of facilitating a comprehensive STVR rental program. You'll see on the attached presentation here, a calculation of a proposed short-term vacation rental license fee of $1,241.81, which is based off of a proposed 275 active STVRs in the city and contemplates the fully burdened costs from the city's cost allocation plan that was completed in 2020, estimated hours provided by staff for the facilitation of regulating STVRs in the city, the cost of using Deckard Technologies Rentalscape software to assist with managing compliance, and the cost of the security firm iSecurum, which would provide after-hours enforcement of 2 officers from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday of each week. This amount would provide nearly 100% cost recovery of operating a vacation rental program in the city. I do want to note that we're showing you this fee as council requested. That is not that's not the item before you tonight. This will be brought back at a future agenda item, but we wanted to make sure you had all of the data when considering the item tonight. So based on the direction from the City Council during the May 17th, 2022 meeting, staff is proposing the following amendments to Chapter 5.44 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals. I'm going to actually pass it over to Christina Newsom, who will go over those specific changes.
Thank you. So for proposed amendments to agencies, owners shall retain an agent or representative to comply with the requirements of this chapter if the owner resides or has their principal place of business 35 driving miles or more from the subject property. The owner's agent or representative must have a separate business license. A registration certificate requirement has been changed to a city permit. The vacation rental permit shall be non-transferable. An owner or agent shall be denied a vacation rental permit if a property owner for a single property has been found in violation of 2 noise complaints resulting in an administrative citation for the same property, 2 violations of occupancy limits resulting in an administrative citation for the same property, 3 complaints including but not limited to noise complaints, occupancy complaints, trash complaints, parking complaints, or etc., resulting in an administrative citation for the same property. Or the owner has failed to pay the appropriate amount of transient occupancy tax for any property at any time during its ownership. The owner has an active code compliance matter. An applicant has had a prior vacation rental permit for the same or any other unit revoked within the previous 12 calendar months. Operational requirements and standard conditions. Prior to the issuance of a vacation rental permit, the city will conduct a pre-inspection of the property to ensure compliance with requirements and conditions. Prior to the renewal of a vacation rental permit, the city will conduct a pre-inspection of the property to ensure compliance. No outdoor music, radios, musical instruments or other devices that produce or reproduce sound are allowed to be used outdoor at any time, and no use of outdoor amenities and or outdoor games or outdoor activities that create noise between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. The owner or agent shall install trash bins for the proper removal of trash. Those bins shall be set out no earlier than 7 p.m. on the day prior to trash collection and shall be retrieved and hid from public view no later than 7 p.m. of the trash collection day, and the owner or agent must be available to take out the trash. Noise monitoring systems must be installed and shall alter the owner agent of any, that should be, shall alert the owner agent of any loud noises which are more than 70 decibels. And in addition, the owner or agent shall contact the responsible person immediately and provide a warning or take action to terminate the occupancy. In the event that the city receives a complaint related to noise, trash, or other violations of this chapter, the owner or agent shall contact the responsible person immediately and provide the individual with a warning or take action to terminate the occupancy. In addition, the owner or agents must respond physically to the property within 30 minutes of notice of the complaint. The owner or agent shall comply with all the following in an advertisement in all advertisement media of the vacation rental unit. maximum occupancy, requirements for compliance with the city's noise and outdoor activity standards and regulations, maximum number of cars allowed, a statement that the short-term vacation rental occupants shall respect the neighbor's privacy and peaceful enjoyment of their property, the applicable rate of the city's transient occupancy tax, a photo from the front of the short-term vacation rental. The business license number must be clearly and prominently displayed in the first line of the property description and in the following format: City of Desert Hot Springs Vacation Rental Permit. The owner must include in the rental or use agreement that 2 noise complaints shall result in an immediate eviction of the occupants. This table shows the amendments to occupancy limits. So for a number of bedrooms, 2, the proposed change in occupancy for overnight occupants would be minimized from 6 to 4. For additional daytime occupants, it is increased from 3 to 4, and for total daytime occupants, it would be 8. For a 3-bedroom, the proposed occupancy overnight would be 6. The additional daytime occupancy would be 4. The total daytime occupants would be 10. For 4 or more rooms, the proposed overnight occupants would be 8. The additional daytime occupants 4. The total daytime occupants 12. And for 5 or more bedrooms, the total overnight occupants proposed are 10, and additional daytime occupants 4, with a total daytime occupants of 14. Violations and penalties. General violations, including noise, parking, and occupancy. For the first violation, the fine would be $1,000. For the second violation, it would be $2,000. And the third and any subsequent would be $3,000. Operating an STVR without a valid short-term rental permit would be a $5,000 fine. The first violation of operating an STVR without a valid short-term vacation rental permit shall be cause for an owner to be prohibited for all time for being eligible to be issued a vacation rental permit and or business license for use of the property as a short-term vacation rental. Immediate summary suspension of vacation rental permit. For any 2 noise complaints resulting in an administrative citation for the same property, an immediate summary suspension of the vacation rental permit for a period of 6 months, subject to any hearing requested pursuant to this subsection. 2 violations of occupancy limits resulting in an administrative citation for the same property will result in an immediate suspension of the vacation rental period of 6 months, subject to any hearing request pursuant to this subsection. My screen went blank, sorry. 3 complaints, including but not limited to noise complaints, occupancy complaints, trash complaints, parking, etc., will result in an administrative citation. For the same shall result in an immediate summary suspension of the vacation rental permit for 6 months, subject to any hearing requested pursuant to this subsection. For summary suspension of vacation rental permits, the city shall prepare and serve a notice of suspension. Notice to request a hearing within 10 days of the date of issuance of the summary suspension. The agent may request or owner may request a hearing before the city manager or his or her designee as a hearing officer. If the owner or agent does not request a hearing on the summary suspension, the suspension shall be for a period of 6 months, and the owner or agent shall be deemed to have waived his or her rights to a hearing. If the owner or agent does request a hearing, the procedural requirements as well as the substantive requirements in subsection D, revocation of vacation rentals, permits shall be followed and or applied. These proposed amendments go over the process for revocation. So the Code compliance officer shall have a duty to prepare and serve a notice of action recommendation. The city manager can act as an administrative hearing officer. The duties of the city manager and his or her designee as a hearing officer, limitations on authority of the city manager or designee, the scheduling of administrative hearings, the service of the hearing notice, the admissibility of evidence at the hearing, rights of parties at the hearing, and the duty to prepare and serve notice of decision, the final decision. And with that, I'm going to kick it back to the Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to enforcement. So to ensure that the proposed regulations are enforced appropriately, staff recommends the following procedural changes concerning enforcement, staffing, and measures. If the proposed amendments are approved, the City of Desert Hot Springs would immediately retain contract services for overnight and weekend enforcement of short-term vacation rentals. This contractor would work in tandem with the Police Department and Code Compliance Division to strengthen compliance of STVRs. Staff is proposing that the City Council authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with iSecurum for a period of 2 years with an option to extend for an additional 2-year term for after-hours enforcement from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of each week in an amount not to exceed $118,456 annually. The Code Compliance Division would respond to hotline complaints Monday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Moreover, the Code Compliance Department will have dedicated staff to oversee the following: conduct pre-inspections for new STVRs and renewal applicants, open code compliance cases and issue notices of violation and citations as necessary, initiate enforcement actions against non-compliant STVRs, prepare notices of action, recommendations, suspension notices, administrative hearing briefs, and prepare mailings, and attend suspension and revocation hearings. Our after-hours contract service staff would also respond to hotline complaints, but this would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Moreover, they would also have dedicated staff to oversee and respond to hotline complaints, issue administrative citations as necessary, provide a report to the Code Compliance Manager after each shift, and to testify at hearings as necessary. Implementation of pre-inspections and annual inspections for all STVRs and the enforcement of more robust regulations will require an increase in code compliance staff, in addition to a contractor for after-hour and weekend enforcement. To provide the appropriate city enforcement response and to ensure that violations are reported and addressed, staff recommends the following staff increases: 1 code compliance officer that's dedicated to STVR inspections and enforcement actions, and 1 code compliance technician that would also be dedicated to enforcement. We're going to move on now to short-term vacation rental limits. During the May 17th, 2022 City Council meeting, the City Council requested data on STVRs in the city to determine whether they should consider placing limits on the number of STVRs. So currently, there are 242 identified STVRs in the city. There are 118 that are licensed and 124 that are unlicensed. TOT revenue for fiscal year 2021 was $676,000. And so far for fiscal year 21-22, we are at $897,464 for TOT. For the sake of understanding the density of STVRs, the following maps will kind of provide an overview. So this is a citywide map of all of the identified short-term vacation rentals in the city. That's that 242 figure that I had mentioned earlier. I don't want to change it until y'all are ready. Good. Oh, we didn't do the Hacienda Heights one. This is a map of the short-term vacation rentals in the Mountain View Estates neighborhood, which is a low-density STVR neighborhood. And I apologize, I'm noticing that the map for the Hacienda Heights is not accurate. We can pull it up, though, if we need to, through the agenda, to show a high-density area. So there's a map that was included in the packet of the high-density area of Hacienda Heights to give some perspective of a low-density area in the city and a high-density area. With that said, staff is asking that the City Council provide direction on whether or not the City Council would like staff to bring back options for limiting the number of STVRs in the city. Examples of these options may include placing a cap on the number of STVRs citywide, adding a distance requirement between STVRs, or defining neighborhoods and placing density requirements. Finally, we'll get to the recommendation, which, as the mayor mentioned, is in 3 separate parts. First, staff is recommending that the City Council introduce and read by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Desert Hot Springs, amending Chapter 5.44 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals. Second, we are asking that the City Council authorize the City Manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with iSecurum for a period of 2 years with an option to extend for an additional 2-year term for after-hours enforcement from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of each week in an amount not to exceed $118,456 annually. And finally, item number 3, staff is asking that the City Council provide direction on whether to bring back options for limiting STVRs in the City of Desert Hot Springs. That concludes my staff report, and we are prepared to answer any questions.
Before we get to public comments, I want to give the subcommittee an opportunity to make any comments to add to that, and then we'll get to public comments, and then the council will debate. Mr. Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleague, Mr. Betts, and I kind of took this on 6 months ago. And after looking at that staff report, I think you can see why it took us so long to get to where we are. We wanted to provide a very thorough, very comprehensive, and if I do say so myself, very progressive and leading the way ordinance. We met with other cities, other city compliance departments, looked at a lot of what other cities are doing, had endless breakfasts over at Cottage 2 debating things, Mr. Betts and I. And I think what we have before us is a very good, very comprehensive ordinance that will address most, if not all, of the issues that people bring forward complaining about short-term vacation rentals, other than the density of them. And that's something we were going to have to debate as a council and decide. But I do believe this ordinance is very well thought out. I really want to commend both our city attorney, Ms. Mizrahi, and our code compliance staff, Ms. Newsom, and all of the work they did in getting this into the format that we have here. I'm very proud of it, and I'm very pleased with the work that you and I did, Mr. Betts.
And I, too, want to say that you were a pleasure to work with on this. You've got a real eye for detail. We dug into this pretty diligently. There were areas where I think I had proposed something, you didn't agree, then we studied it more and found out that, okay, that wasn't so uncommon, let's do it. And vice versa. There was stuff that you were proposing I wasn't comfortable with, but we worked it out. And all of that was very detailed discussion. And I also want to thank staff. It's obvious that we weren't the only ones working on this, that there's a lot of work that went in by staff, as you can see in the presentation. I agree with Councilmember Gardner that a key issue is still on the table, not resolved. I had some difference on that, but that's the amount of density, the number of, the saturation of the vacation rentals in the city. And so I'm hoping we get that worked out. But I just want to say thank you for being a good partner in this effort, and hopefully the council will come to the right decision on this one. I do have some questions for staff when it's that time.
Before we get to questions, we're going to do public comments, and I'll get to council questions and debate. First, we're going to start with public comments. Again, there's 3 items on the agenda. There's the ordinance itself, the contract with the agreement with the contractor, and then the actual limiting of STVRs in the city of Desert Hot Springs. If you want to speak on all 3 items, you can. You, again, are limited to 3 minutes. If you do want to state the reason you're up here, that'll help us focus on your comments. If the timer is ready, I'll call on the first. I do have some blue cards. It's not required for you to fill out a blue card. Once I get through the blue cards, I'll just call on the next speaker after that. So if you have not filled out one, don't need to, you'll still have an opportunity to speak. The first blue card I received today was DJ Cook. DG Cook, I don't know, DJ.
Mr. Mayor and members of the Desert Hot Springs Council, a major concern of mine and my Desert Hot Springs Highlands neighbors is short-term vacation rentals, otherwise known as Airbnbs. When I moved into my home in the Highlands 10 years ago, I knew this would be my forever home. However, I feel my neighborhood is currently under attack by big money corporations that only look at numbers, the bottom line, and profit. These organizations have no regard for the homeowners in the area, their property, or the neighborhoods where they live. I refer to them as corporate neighborhood killers. I know for a fact that they're ruining Desert Hot Springs Highlands. In the 3 blocks nearest my home, there are 10 very nice large upscale homes. In the past 2 years, 5 or 50% of these homes have become Airbnbs, and I lost 5 good neighbors in the process. As I mentioned, these big corporations not only look at numbers so they can afford to pay way above the actual actual comp value of the properties they purchase, squeezing out the individuals and families who look forward to great affordable housing. I understand that these inflated purchase prices are perceived to help raise the comps of the neighborhood. They don't. As a resident who has absolutely no plans to sell and move, that's all these inflated dollar figures are, numbers. What I do want is to keep the beauty, peace, and quiet that I and my neighbors enjoy. The Airbnbs have come under scrutiny for their irresponsible behavior of the people who blow in here on the weekends and holidays. With numerous ongoing infractions, these corporate landlords are not responsible property owners. I understand that the Desert City Council plans to implement ordinances and guidelines regarding the day-to-day operating procedures for these Airbnbs. What about limiting the number of Airbnbs? Has anyone in the city offices taken a look at the percentages of these Airbnbs versus the total homes in a specific neighborhood? If not, they should. By my observation, it is past the time to limit the number of these Airbnbs before they become a majority, as in my neighborhood. This problem is not only isolated to this city that I dearly love. Palm Springs and Big Bear are two others trying to determine the best way to counter this issue, while Cathedral City has put an end to Airbnbs, period. In summation, I would like to see the Desert Hot Springs City Council determine the best way to deal with stopping this corporate invasion of our neighborhoods. Until then, I feel the City Council should issue a moratorium on future Airbnbs. If the City Council is unwilling or unable to take the proper measures to protect our beloved neighborhoods, the only alternative would be to gather enough signatures to get this issue on an upcoming ballot. Then the residents can decide if they want Desert Hot Springs to be known as an Airbnb party spot or a family and resident-friendly city where the local residents are respected, appreciated, and protected.
3 minutes. Thank you so much. Amber Duff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council, and neighbors. My name is Amber Duff, and my husband and I purchased a home and moved here in July of 2021 with our 2-year-old son. Usually, when you buy a home, you think you're buying a refuge. You're buying a place you can feel safe, a place you can relax. You become part of a community because you're all stuck together. And eventually, everyone usually tries to remain respectful. Guests, however, are not neighbors. They don't feel bound by the normal rules of polite coexistence. We can't have open windows or enjoy our yard because of these guests. My housing tract consists of 101 homes, with 4 under construction. According to 3 STR booking sites, I currently have 16 STRs in my tract alone. That puts my tract at 16%, soon to be well over 20% if a cap is not put in place. The hotelization that is happening in our city is following a business trend that is hands down to the detriment of your residents. If you do not cap the number of STRs allowed in our city, mostly owned by absentee, non-voting investors, you are causing full-time voting residents to be forced to leave. Landlords are forcing long-term renters out also. It is the city's responsibility to preserve neighborhoods, their harmony and safety, as well as ensure affordable, accessible housing for long-term renters and homebuyers who value pleasant, safe, and thriving communities. The majority of these investors are not investing in properties that require rehabilitation. They are scooping up new construction homes and homes that are move-in ready. They are outbidding home buyers who need and want to live here. The STRs are not equally spread throughout the communities in Desert Hot Springs. I'm considering myself an expert because I'm surrounded by them. Living next door can range from mildly concerning to completely life-altering on a 24-hour basis. The stress and anxiety and fear that I feel as a mother at 4 p.m. check-in every day is very real. To have to tell my 2-year-old son, honey, don't wave to them, they're strangers, not neighbors, is a very sad statement that I have to make. There is no potential for him to have neighborhood friends because we have no immediate neighbors. In May, some of you did not feel to limit or cap was necessary or should be put in place. I hope today you will, after listening to all of your residents, change your mind, and I'd appreciate hearing what each of your position is on that. Do you agree with Joshua Tree and think 60% is okay? Or like San Diego and many other cities who feel none or 1% is okay? I think under 5% per housing tract would be manageable. However, if you cannot agree on a cap today, the only responsible thing you can do is put a moratorium in place until you do and protect the safety of my family and families like me here in Desert Hot Springs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Walker Beverly?
I'm Walker Beverly. I live in Hacienda Heights. I feel it's a disservice you guys didn't have that graph to show the density of our community.
Mr. Beverly, you must speak to the city council.
Of our community over there. I would hope you would find that graph real quick so we can put
Mr.
that
Beverly,
up.
this is your second warning. You must speak to the city council, not the staff.
Because the density is a problem. I'll start here. I was here, 2 or 3 meetings ago when we talked about short-term rentals. There was a gentleman behind me that asked, do kids still trick or treat? And I said, you're damn right they do in my neighborhood. They come to my neighborhood in droves because we get out a lot of treats, some tricks, but a lot of treats. Okay, and the kids from other communities come there also knowing that our community is that way. I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old son who play with the 8-year-old twins down the block, the 6-year-old girl next door, and the 10-year-old boys in the cul-de-sac in the cul-de-sac. They play usually on the weekends and that time. Nowadays, we're becoming a little nervous because we don't know who's on our block. I imagine, and when it consumed, that people are on vacation or enjoying a little drinks and stuff like that, so we're nervous of having our kids on our block. What you've done here is invited businesses into our communities. Airbnb should be a franchising business because that's all it is franchising businesses into our communities. Okay, these are communities where residents want to meet, the mailbox, talk about things, want to protect each other, know what's going on in our neighborhoods, on our blocks. I also believe that we should limit these. I've changed my view on this to limit and not ban because I believe we should bring in some tourism to our city. But we should limit them in a way that is favorable to each community and not inundate our communities that way. Lastly, as you consider bringing these businesses into our community, also consider the residents of Desert Hot Springs that do not want their communities inundated. Let's not forget, our residents are your constituents. Thank you.
Emery Lesko.
Good evening. My name is Emery Lesko. I'm the manager of the Miracle Springs Resort and Spa. The Miracle Springs Resort and Spa has been renting homes on San Miguel as a part of the hotel inventory for the past 15 years without many problems. We refer to them as our villas, and we market them in conjunction with the hotel, not through Airbnb or any other site. We've been paying TOT on these rentals as well as a part of our visitor servicing zone. In conjunction with the hotel, the villa's rentals should be excluded from the STVR because they are an extension of the hotel. These villas are helpful to have off-site venues used in conjunction with the hotel group stays, weddings, cannabis events, retreats, film crews, and for placement of families that got displaced with the flood and fire, different things that happen. When we don't rent them, we actually offer them to people who are displaced in the city. Perhaps short-term vacation rentals within 500 to 1,000 feet of a visitor servicing zone should be exempt. At a minimum, this ordinance should be delayed until further clarification on resort-owned and operated neighboring properties can be looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron, is it Tano? I apologize if I've...
That's correct. Hello, City Council. Thank you for your time. As of last week, we've reached the second straight quarter of decline in the U.S. GDP, which means technically we're in a recession. And it's predicted with inflation, it's only going to get worse before it gets better. And so I'm asking our City Council to not be short-sighted in regards to the long-term goals and needs of our city in light of this 2022 recession, and consider your fiscal responsibility to DHS. The proposed changes for today will take away money from the city and de-incentivize more investment that can help to improve the city for everyone. In regards to limits on the STRs and DHS, here's some data that I found that might be interesting. There are 10,776 homes in DHS. So with 242 STRs, that's a 2.2% saturation. In comparison to La Quinta, with 16,000 homes and 1,100 STRs, that's 7%. Palm Springs is 7.3%, and Indio is 4.43%. So we're not even close to the saturation that our neighbors have. And we actually have a city that has something to offer with our tourism. I think that data is extremely important when looking at these ordinances. And from the report that I saw, I didn't see any of the data that actually warranted the need for all of the changes that were being proposed. And so that's kind of shocking to me. Lastly, I just want to say that I think that there's a misconception that people who own STRs are big corporate investors. I'm a public high school teacher. I've been teaching for 18 years, and I literally saved every penny I could to try and make a better life for myself. And it's very disheartening and scary to see these kinds of ordinances coming in that could affect my own livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. Reggie Bickford.
Esteemed Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Reggie Bickford. I'm on behalf of the Miracle Springs Resort. I'm echoing the sentiment that Emery already mentioned as well. The Miracle Springs Resort owns the houses on San Miguel, directly west of the hotel property, and has rents those houses out exclusively through the hotel website, never been marketed through Airbnb, VRBO. And they've become part and parcel with the hotel operation, and a lot of businesses and groups come because they can have a private venue. They also stay at the hotel. So the thought process from our end was that these vacation rentals, from the business standpoint, again, are part and parcel with the hotel. And I understand they're probably a gray area of whether they should be classified as vacation rentals. And I understand this is a very sensitive issue with very compelling interest on both sides, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bickford. Tom Moen.
Good evening, Mayor Mattis and council members. I'm a long-term resident in Desert Hot Springs. I've lived here for 44 years. I raised my family here, and I retired from my former occupation and found myself working at the Miracle Springs Resort as an executive in the hotel. I am very concerned about Desert Hot Springs. I'm concerned about what's happening here with the short-term vacation rentals. And I've worked with Mr. Michael Bickford for many years. He and I served on the committee that established our police department here in town, so we're very concerned with the public safety here. And he and I both served as president of the Chamber of Commerce when we had that here in Desert Hot Springs. And I'd like to state that the Miracle Springs Hotel has been a good neighbor. We've partnered with the city over the years. It's a destination location, and the short-term vacation rentals, I don't like to call them that. They're the villas, and they have been part and parcel of the hotel for better than 15 years. And I believe that they should be judged differently because they're not just people coming from out of town. You have conventions, you have organizations coming, church groups, business groups, etc. And they need to have executive placement for their executive committee and the people leading in the conventions. And this is an important part of bringing these conventions and businesses to town. I'd like to remind everyone that every dollar spent in hotels, which is a major business in Desert Hot Springs, reverberates 7 times around the city before it leaves town. So being a partner in the economy here is very important. I don't want to discount anything that's been said, but I do want to say that we want to work with the city, and we have a program now that we've been working on that if we do have noisy people, we can turn off their electricity like that. And they have worries on their hands. But we want to cooperate. We want to be part of this. But I do believe the hotel should be exempted from this ordinance because our operation is very different. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Tom. I have no other blue cards, but anyone would like to speak, please come forward, state your name, and make your comments.
Hi, I'm Kip O'Connor, and I wanted to address a couple of things I saw in this proposal. I'm a real estate broker manager for RE/MAX in Palm Springs, so I'm talking from a professional perspective and also a personal one in that I happen to live on the west side of the city, and our HOA doesn't allow any short-term rentals, literally just across the street from official Mission Lakes, and they don't allow short-term rentals. So being here in DHS, that's not an issue, and thereby living in that bubble and not with that high density that I saw that was the map up on the screen. A couple of things that jumped out at me on the professional side was that I didn't see any requirements for parking, which a lot of cities have requirements based on how many bedrooms there are, and they don't want to see cars on the street. And something else I didn't see was an absence of anything related to ADA requirements. So that's always been a topic that comes up on different levels through different cities. And the last thing was in establishing a fee for STR permits. 5+ bedrooms typically are a much higher upcharge. They're called estate permits and things of that sort. And so there's those are just things that popped out at me that I thought I'd address, bring them to light. That's all.
Thanks so much. Anyone else would like to speak to the city council? Please come forth and just state your name. As soon as the speaker ends, you're more than welcome to just follow that speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Brian Muse, residents. Hi, everybody. You know who I am. Just wanted to just go over a few things. Thank you for the additional details added to proposed changes. But however, there is some still recommendations regarding the limits of number of short-term rentals in the city. Even for my area, I mean, density, I mean, I've got 8 just on my street alone. So anyhow, on 6/14, San Bernardino County passed a new short-term rental permit in Joshua Tree. And the temporary pause is intended only to allow time to implement new rules and study other options for short-term rentals. I'd like the city council to consider doing the same thing in Desert Hot Springs only until a decision can be made regarding placing limits on the short-term rentals we see and provide a time to hire the additional staff that we're all going to need. I mean, like code compliance, and are we going to need more officers? I'm not against the short-term rentals, like I've said before. And I'm so glad that Councilor Betts and Mr. Gardner, you've come up with some great rules, and I think we're on the right start there. So thank you again. But we definitely need, if we just keep passing them out, my block of, I guess there's 18 on my street plus the new ones. Well, we're almost at half. Half my street is pretty much short-term rentals. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is John Thatcher, and I live and work in Desert Hot Springs. And I've read the staff reports, and I came up with a couple of issues that I really felt were a little preemptive. Recommendation number 2, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with ICE Securum. And the amount of that money, I think, is excessive. Also, we're not taking into the fact that the city is not a year-round destination. Like, for instance, most of the short-term vacation rentals are going to be empty for the summer. So having them on payroll just to sit around and do nothing, there's got to be a solution there. So what I say is take out the execute of the agreement, because that would take effect immediately. The city manager would be able to execute that agreement, and then we'd be on the hook for, $236,000 over 2 years that we haven't figured out how to really pay for. We haven't implemented the higher fees, so that's a little preemptive, I think. And also, I think that there should be a sliding scale of the short-term vacation rental fees or permits, because the people who have a one-bedroom apartment, are paying the same amount as the people who have a 5-bedroom house. I don't think that's fair to the short-term vacation rentals. Is there a better solution than hiring iSecure? I think there is, and I think there needs to be a discussion on that before we can just go ahead and execute that. Back to limiting the STVRs, we have a lot of blighted neighborhoods, and so just a blanket limit on them doesn't take into the fact that we've got neighborhoods where the whole street is a torn-up mess, and there are whole blocks like that in the city, and we don't want to discourage investment into the city. So let's say that there's a row of apartment complexes on one street that are all blighted. Okay, well, why not have all of them be an STVR? I mean, what would be wrong with that? There's empty lots everywhere. The empty lots attract trash. I mean, you get people investing in the city. They'll be cleaning up the lots. They'll be fixing up these buildings or tearing them down and building new. I don't think it's time to restrict, especially in this economy, investment into the city. I think we have too many blighted neighborhoods to let that happen. And so I'd like that to be into consideration when you talk about limiting STVRs. And then another thing, as far as temperamenting the licensing fees, there are 118 identified as being licensed out of 242 identified STVRs.
You've run out of time, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Next.
Hi, my name is Kent Anderson. I wanted to come up and say thank you to Gary and Russell and the staff for putting together, I feel, a really good proposal. The fact that 214 short-term rentals were identified and only 118 have permits points out to the need for regulation and enforcement. I do not want our numbers to hit the levels of Palm Springs, Indio, or La Quinta. I have a number of STVRs in my area already, and with the new homes being built behind me on Sylvanus and Cholla, I'm concerned. The builder has stated many of his potential buyers are asking about short-term rentals. That's the only reason they're looking at those new homes, is that's what they want to make them. Security firm is only Thursday through Sunday, so Monday through Wednesday we just call the police. I guess I know that they're probably most prevalent during the weekends, but it's just something I was wondering about. I like the way the operational requirements and standard conditions section is written. I think it was very thorough, and I think it will work very well. My main concern is the number allotted, allowed, and where. I'm not looking to ban them, but they must be limited. I'm not sure how you can do that. I don't know how you would define a neighborhood in order to put a percentage on it. So I'm still thinking about a distance between, maybe 250 feet or something like that, just so that you can't put them all right together. Because if you allow a percentage in a neighborhood, there's nothing that says that all 6 or 4 or 5 can't be right next to each other. So it's just something to consider. I think we have to have a limit. I also feel we should put a halt on new permits of probably 90 days. If we are going to hire code enforcement, I know how long it takes to hire people and get them trained. So until we can get everything in place, which I agree with mostly, I think we should put a halt until we have it all ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Ileana Rivera, and I am a homeowner resident here in Desert Hot Springs. I feel I can say this because I've lived here my whole life. Our home was purchased in 1994, and I've lived in that home ever since. And our neighborhood is not what I've heard described nice and friendly and clean. I'm sorry, but it's not. I live in what's real Desert Hot Springs to me, and unfortunately, not all of our neighbors are keeping their property up to beat. So I also work for hospitality industry, so I have a lot of management in short-term vacation rentals. And I think that as long as we have licensed, insured vacation rentals with responsible hosts, like I live in town, I can manage properties. We haven't ever had any parties or complaints personally. I don't know, I haven't seen any stats of how many complaints or we get weekly. I didn't see that part in the report. But I personally have not had, in the 6 years I've been managing, had any issues. We have a lot of visitors, of course, coming because they're here using our restaurants, visiting Joshua Tree, using our spas. But we also have a lot of people that are here for work, that are coming in this growing industry we have with cannabis. And we also have just even local families. I mean, your AC breaks down and you have a family, you're gonna need a place to stay. And it's not always convenient to stay in a little hotel room when you have children and families. So that's something we cater also to our community. So I don't think we're anywhere close to hitting like a ban. I mean, when you can compare us to Big Bear, Palm Springs, Cathedral City, where they have over, 1,500 vacation rentals, and we're at 242. I mean, we're not even close to those numbers yet to, in my opinion, start limiting, that's my personal opinion. I do think that all the vacation rentals should be licensed and insured, so that is something that, that has to be addressed. But I don't know, I just don't see the need, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of being a homeowner growing up here. I'd rather have a vacation rental next to me that keeps their property nice and clean. That's just my personal experience because of where I live and what my neighborhood is like. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this program. I can tell you put a lot of thought into it, and we really value that you've received our feedback as well. There's a lot of positive things in the ordinance, so I don't want to sound all completely negative, but there's a few things that I'd like to bring up for consideration tonight. First, the permit increase to $1,200 from the current approximately $225. That's a 5 times increase in one swoop, and would be one of the highest vacation rental permit fees in the country. New York City's is $300, Big Bear $250, Honolulu $500, and Palm Springs is $1,009. That's already one of the highest in the country, and ours would be even higher. I know there's a staff report with the cost assessment that was produced. I appreciate the analysis that went into that, but that neglected to include the 12% TOT that's already being collected by the short-term rentals and the additional 1% that was added last year to go to visit Greater Palm Springs, the regional group. In the staff report, 2020 to 2021, over $1.5 million was generated that went directly to the city through the TOT. The cost of the new enforcement program was $300,000. There's more than enough in the STR program that is self-funding and produces $500,000 per year to fund other city projects, streetlights, some of the other important things that we've already heard about tonight. So I'd like to suggest that a permit fee, if it needs to go up modestly to help some of the new issues, that's fair, but a 5% jump seems excessive, given that the short-term rentals are already having a net positive economic impact on the city. On the subject of a cap, I just want to mention that the dots on the map, they can be misleading because those might be folks that just rent their properties out on the side, a weekend here or a weekend there. So if there's going to be a cap, I think those people who are local folks who just do less than a certain number of days, maybe 30 days per year, would be exempted from that so that they can still continue to do that on the side and not be considered a full-time regular short-term rental that would be factored into any density calculation. And secondly, I don't know if now's the best time to be putting trying to decide on an arbitrary number of what a cap should be. We've got these new great ordinances that are going to roll out that are going to weed out some of the bad units and bad landlords. Also, the economy might be going into a recession. The real estate crazy of the past few years is calming down. So there's so many moving parts here. It might not be the best time to try to determine what that cap might be. Might be better to let the program roll out for a year and then reassess what that density rule should look like. Thank you for your time. Appreciate, again, the ability to contribute to this.
Thank you.
Excuse me, what was your name?
Yes, my name is Andrew Roth.
Thank you.
Next, I know there's a speaker over here.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, for this opportunity. I gathered the data from City Clerk's office, which includes the number. Sorry, I get anxious. Let's start with that.
No worries, take your time.
So I got data from City Clerk's office that states the total number of complaints. Up until today, we've got only 31 complaints, and we are July, out of which only 7 of those were short-term rentals. And that's total. For noise, I saw total number of complaints of 10 with only 3 short-term rentals, licensed short-term rentals. The rest, they could be non-licensed, but this is the numbers that I got. So 31 complaints is not, I understand people are complaining, and they will complain more because of the regulations. And I know this because I have property in Palm Springs. I do the same thing. For the past 5 years, I had only 2 complaints. But from what I hear from the neighbors and from other short-term rental people that I deal with, they're saying that complaints increase because everybody can start complaining. So I think going forward, you should implement not only a citation for homeowners for noise and stuff, but also for false complaints. And if false complainers get cited, the number of complaints will be valid ones, instead of anybody can start complaining. So basically, and also I was looking at the numbers that was proposed. The 341,000 increase for to hire the few people or to hire the few people, that sounds really, really high. And I'm looking at, I'm looking at that would be feasible and doable for a Palm Springs size 1,800 licensed environment, but not for a 200. We don't even have a 200 licenses here. We're talking about possible 240. So with only 31 complaints.
You're out of time.
So with only 31 complaints, that number, it's not even right.
Understand.
Thank you.
And what was your name?
Nellie Arakelian.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Sarah Quinney, and I want to address you on the fee. I do occasional home sharing, and I know that other cities have 2 separate fees. One, if you're a full-time vacation rental property owner and you rent your property out full-time. you're proposing the $1,200 fee, but I do occasional home share, and I know that other cities in the Coachella Valley do have two separate fees, and I don't know whether the deputy city manager or when they were discussing the proposed increase in fee, if the city of Desert Hot Springs does have a lower fee for home sharing. Could I address that to you?
After the public comments, they'll be writing down your questions.
Thank you.
And answering those. Absolutely. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Whoever can get there faster. No, I'm joking. Don't race. We got plenty of time.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm also a bit anxious. Public speaking is not one of my strengths, but circumstances are so sad. I'm software engineer, but I started doing STVR a few years ago, so I'm not a public speaker. But I have a short-term rental in La Quinta as well, and when 2020 we started discussing about the same issues, I was not happy, just like I'm not happy right now. But I kind of understand the need to implement the rules in La Quinta because the circumstances was different back then. La Quinta had way too many short-term rentals. It was way too saturated, and then there was a COVID time. Also, the city of La Quinta or city of Palm Springs is way different than the DHS. They have way more businesses, way more out of different source of income than city of DHS has at the moment. So right now we are discussing DHS. It's kind of beyond me why are we even discussing a regulation on a short-term rental, which is one of the main source income for the city. Because I'm sorry guys, but all I see is cannabis here and $2 stores. I don't see anything else. I see a couple of, like my friend visited 2 days ago. I had told him, let's go to what was the name, breakfast place? Cottage, yeah. Turns out it was 3:30 and it was closed, so we went to Starbucks. So it's beyond me that city of DHS is discussing to cut the source income that can support the city to grow, to bring more businesses, because when my guests come to the city, we usually recommend their places to visit, but unfortunately we do not have any places to visit here in city, so we have to recommend them to go to to Palm Springs. And I see two real issues at the moment. One is the amount of unlicensed, like it's the half of the short-term rentals are unlicensed, and second one is noise issue. But be honest, I've been here 1 year, I only had one bad guest, and I consider myself a good host. We have cameras to monitor. We talk to our neighbors. We ask our neighbors to report. I've never seen a party like a crazy party that we keep hearing. And I have parents who have houses here, and we never heard any crazy parties and anything like that. The other issue I mentioned is the unlicensed. So what I think the city should do, and it's my opinion, my humble opinion, is to concentrate all the efforts to bring the half of the unlicensed people who don't pay taxes so that they can pay taxes and try to collect the back taxes, because those people were not paying taxes for years and they are keep not paying taxes. And what I think all this regulation is going to hurt me and not the people who are not paying taxes.
We're out of time, but what was your name?
David Gregorian, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Josh Woody. I'm also a little bit nervous, so I wrote something down, I'm gonna read it. But I'm a short-term rental owner in Desert Hot Springs, and I also am part-time live here, which I love the city, it's amazing. I want to thank you, Mayor, and City Council members for all the time, thought, and important stakeholder feedback that went into this policy. I think a well-thought policy like this is something that can really help DHS continue to benefit from the revenue and increased tourism that short-term rentals offer, as well as addressing neighborhood concerns. Special thanks to Gary Gardner and Russell Betts. I've emailed you guys or bugged you with ideas, and you've gotten right back to me, so I really appreciate that. Today I'd like to offer some specific suggestions around the zero tolerance noise ordinance during the day. I feel like it's a little unrealistic to expect that people that are vacationing can't listen to the radio or watch a game in the backyard during the daytime with their family. I'd like the policy also to include accountability for people who are submitting complaints, as we know there can be bad apples on the short-term rental side with owners and renters who are not responsible, but the same can be true for neighbors who make habitual frivolous complaints that waste code enforcement time and money. Speaking to some folks in Palm Springs, the zero tolerance noise ordinance during the day has been like a really big controversy and bottleneck for unnecessary code enforcement calls. So what's the alternative? Well, we already have a newly upgraded city noise ordinance. We have required decimal meters in short-term rental homes through this policy, and quiet hours that already create a robust noise management regulation that I believe with the added enforcement will be more realistic and effective in achieving the goals of this program. The fines for some of these noise complaints I think are excessive, starting at $1,000 for playing the radio outside during the daytime. Fines in many other cities successfully are issued directly to the person who's responsible for making the noise, and then a strike can go to or a warning can go to the owner to be tracked to make sure that there are no ongoing issues. And if there are ongoing issues with specific houses, then a citation can go to the owner, or some of the things that are already laid out in the ordinance. But I do believe that if the fine is not issued directly to the person making the noise, then there's not as much incentive for the people who are being rowdy to be quiet. So I would really urge us to really think about that specific policy. And then the last thing, I just want to think.
Sorry, sir, you're out of time.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Council. My name is Carrie Martinez, and I wanted to speak on the as for like complaint noise. I know I've never received a complaint noise, and people that stay in our properties are people that are coming for business meetings or coming to work for work opportunities. There have been people that we work with. We work with housing agencies to house fire victims, where people who have lost their homes. It's basically like a bridge, trying to help people out that need somewhere to stay that has all the amenities that are not provided in hotels. And like I said, we've never received any complaints before about noises or anything. We also keep cameras on property to make sure that everything is safe. So like with the security thing, I'm not sure, I feel like that's gonna be costly to the city. Sorry, I'm nervous. And I also wanted to speak on the inspection thing. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. What is needed or whatever. I'm just we upkeep everything in our properties. We make sure fire alarms, everything is set up. We upkeep the outside of the property, making sure that it's presentable and it's upkept for the neighborhood, so that it's not bringing down the neighborhood. And yeah, so I feel like some of those things may be something that may be too costly for the city, and I just wanted to address that. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else? Ma'am, I know in the back you keep raising your hand. If you want to move forward and get in that front seat, you'll definitely be next.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Patricia Chavarria, and I'm a resident here, Desert Hot Springs. I'm also property management. I will say one thing. I do agree with the noise control. Maybe the noise meters are more, I think they'll be better for everybody, easier to control the noise that goes around. I've actually had to call court enforcement on my neighbors that actually own their homes or live there, more on them than on myself, really. Even with the noise, I constantly have to call somebody because one of my guests is complaining that the neighbor behind them has the music blasting, and those are permanent residents. So more complaints are coming. I mean, I think it's equally around with everything. I just believe that we shouldn't, the expenditure for the security thing, I think that's gonna be a little bit too high, realistically, to monitor a lot of this stuff. Because you're gonna have those people that are gonna be calling, obviously, for the small things. You're gonna have these people going and checking for what? When we could do the noise meters, I think those would work a lot more efficiently, not just for ourselves and to be able to monitor our people that are coming in to rent anything, but also for you guys, for the city, for the residents of the city. Because putting out more money that could be used for something else. I have a couple right now that couldn't even find an apartment right now here that was reasonable. And that's sad to say that they can't afford to, they don't want to rent on 1st, 2nd, or 4th Street an apartment there for $1,500. You know, and that's harsh. So they're looking for somewhere to stay. Short-term rentals will do for them until they find something. And those are people that are coming into the city, moving from another place, relocating here to start a business or to start work. And I think we're going to be losing a lot of that stuff if we do too much regulations on it. I understand controlling maybe how many are in the neighborhood, but I think that we're going to lose too much, I think, in my case. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm nervous too. I was not planning to talk at all, but I just took some notes and decided to talk. So I'm Lucine, and I just bought my first property in Desert Hot Springs a little bit more than a month ago, and I'm not a corporation, as it was mentioned. I'm not a corporate landlord. I'm in my early 30s. I moved in here with my 6-year-old daughter, and I'm trying to remodel the house on my own. I know how to sand the walls. I know how to clean the windows properly and things like that. And I did it with the help, my dad's help. He helped me to put the down payment so I can start something. And I'm planning to short-term, Airbnb it at some point. I don't know whenever I'm done on my own with my remodeling. But I have a few questions. And I have a few comments, regarding Miracle Spring Resorts. I already got the card. I'm gonna use their food, obviously, but we are not a competition to them. I want to say that. Corporate conventions will still come here, and Airbnbs are just a healthy competition, healthy alternative to people who want to be there, want to spend time by the pool and not be watched by other people. It's just a private backyard where they can do their, have barbecue with their family. A few days ago, my friend visited me from LA with her 3 kids, and there was so much noise by 4 of our kids that I wish there was a radio playing. Why I'm saying this is that I'm trying to understand what is the decision to ban any kind of anything like entertainment or something outside in your backyard is based on. I'm trying to understand, and I saw that some people mentioned some, data. It's 2.2 saturation, I think, talks for itself, because only 240 short-term rentals, half of which is not even licensed. That's not a big data that talks, if we're gonna, that can change things and have us ban Airbnbs. 7 short-term rental complaints through the year, I still think it's not a big number. I do believe that we need to implement some changes. I do believe that we need to have some restrictions, but I think it has to be discussed and it has to be within some reasons. It's Ileana Rivera, as she mentioned. I hope I pronounce her name right. She mentioned some stats too, and she mentioned the neighborhoods, the blinded neighborhoods that need to be fixed. And I think we can do it. It's why banning it if we can actually bring money to the city and make it a more, a better place to live. I agree that we need to put some limit to the, parking lot. But what about ignorant neighbors who...
Time's up.
Sorry. One more thing, my neighbor just parked his truck every time, a different truck under my tree, my house. I never said anything because I'm like, it's a tree. He wants to park there, right? But if there was an Airbnb, they would probably complain. Sorry about that.
No
Thank
worries.
you.
Thank you for your passion. Anyone else?
I'll close this party. I'm just kidding. I wasn't planning to speak today. I came to watch, and I got a bit of a migraine, so hopefully I do this okay. First thing I wanted to talk about is this trends and what's happening right now and what has happened last couple of years. We had pandemic that happened that really brought a surge of tourism to everywhere, like Coachella Valley, for example. You know, historically, summertime, 30% occupancy. We saw in Coachella Valley the last 2 years, 80 to 100% occupancy in the summer. We know this is not going to last, and we're seeing it right now. Hotels have released their quarterly reports, and they're saying that, for example, Memorial Day weekend, even a few weeks before that, not all the hotels were booked. People are going to start traveling international. They're going to start traveling across. This is not going to last. Another thing is interest rates are rising. We know that property values are high. It's becoming to a point where, you know, this boom that we have of vacation rentals is not going to last. So we need to be aware of where we're heading next. Another thing is too, when we talk about 272 and we're making these decisions, when you go after these illegal vacation rentals, are they all going to come into compliance? Maybe you're going to get them out of the program. So what is truly the saturation? I don't believe Desert Hot Springs is in a position where caps are necessary, just for the sake of, you don't even know what your actual number is going to be once you sign the agreement with this vendor, and when you start approaching these illegal vacation rentals, where you're going to be. I do agree truly that you need to sign this agreement. I am for strong enforcement, because there is people that, you know, if they're not paying COT, they're not in this program, do you think they're really abiding by quiet hours, etc.? They're creating a lot of the problems. See in other cities like La Quinta, where they aggressively went after this, they eradicated 80% of their complaints. That's huge. So think of this way, 80% will be gone just signing this agreement. I am for that. Next thing is, I addressed the agreements, the caps. And the last thing I wanted to mention about this ordinance, what I am seeing, and great work again from everybody that I call, I think the same thing, is very thorough. What I don't agree with is, I don't think reducing occupancy by 2 people is really going to make an impact truly, because I have seen personally, I operate over 40 homes. What matters is you can have 4 people that can put really loud speakers that you could hear 5 acres over. You can have 4 people that could be yelling top of their voice. What matters is responsible renting. You have to have those sensors. You have to have those cameras and truly monitor your guests. 2 people plus or minus will not make a difference. From stats, 80% of all violations, of all the citations is in 3-bedroom homes. So I don't think this is going to solve anything. Lastly, the music. I think you're picking the strictest ordinance of all, which is Palm Springs.
Yeah, your time's up.
I don't think playing cell phone music by the pool is going to hurt
Thank
Desert
you.
Hot Springs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, or the public comments at this point. There will be no more interaction with the city council. This is the final call. With that said, we will close the public comments, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Try to be back at 8:30. Thanks. If I can get everybody back to the dais. All right, if I can get everybody, I think can they hear me out there? All right, we're going to get back into our meeting here. Before we start with council comments, I'm going to ask staff, Deputy City Manager and Christina from Code Compliance to maybe answer as many of those questions as you can, and then that won't have to prompt us as city council members to try to get those answered. So I'll let you guys start first, and then we'll get to council member comments.
Right. So first, please forgive us if we do not remember your exact question. We did take notes. First and foremost, one of the things that was asked was whether or not it was a home share, whether or not home share was considered. To be really frank, the fee itself, what was given tonight, was an example based off of some preliminary staff time and contractors' time that was put in for consideration. This fee is not set in stone. This would have to come back to the City Council at a later date, and that is something that we're actually looking at molding into there, as far in addition to potentially looking at the number of bedrooms for each STVR. So hopefully that addresses that. There were some more general comments that I made notes about that quite frankly would absolutely have to go to the City Council for consideration. I'll just kind of list some of those. Parking, we don't have, what you guys saw tonight was proposed changes to the regulations. This was not the entire short-term vacation rental ordinance. It was what the sections of the ordinance that staff was proposing changes to based off of our meetings with Councilmember Betts and Councilmember Gardner's. With that said, there was a question as to whether or not why parking wasn't considered. There is a section in the short-term vacation rental ordinance that does already reference parking, and so that's why you didn't see anything in there, because there are no proposed changes to those regulations. I think I hit hopefully on the fees. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not there should be consideration on false complaints. That would be something that would need to be addressed by the City Council if you wanted us to include anything in there on that. And then noise in particular with respect to the daytime noise. What you guys saw referenced in the proposed changes came directly out of our meetings with Councilmember Betts and Councilmember Gardner. There was some real strong thoughts and feelings that there should be a separate standard with respect to short-term vacation rentals. So I wouldn't be able to address those questions. Christina, is there anything that you may have caught that I didn't?
With respect to pre-inspections, those inspections would be limited to ensuring that the occupancy listed in the certificate application matches the occupancy in the dwelling, in addition to ensuring that there are no violations with respect to habitability, so nothing that would violate or constitute any sort of substandard housing, building codes, or property maintenance violations.
And I'm sorry, I have two more things that I would like to address. There were some comments with respect to the proposed fees and where those fees landed with respect to other jurisdictions. What's being proposed within the City of Desert Hot Springs rule was referenced tonight was a fee of a little over $1,200. For reference, that is not the highest in the country. The City of Indio has a fee of $1,633. La Quinta is anywhere between $750 to $1,250. Palm Springs also has a sliding scale. So our goal is, and as a matter of fact, as a jurisdiction, we can't make money off of this. This isn't a revenue source for us. It's cost recovery for us. And so when we do actually bring something forward to the City Council where they will actually be asked to adopt a fee, it would be with that in mind. We just need cost recovery to maintain an effective program. And then, I lost it. There was, With respect to the Miracle Springs, there was a lot of comments with respect to the Miracle Springs. There is not a carve-out that was presented. As far as a hotel goes, the villas that were referenced are individual parcels, and as such would, as it sits right now, need to be a short-term vacation rental. If the parcel was merged and they became part of the actual hotel, that would be a different scenario. Outside of that, any other considerations would need to be done with the city council. So that is everything that I could remember.
All right, we're going to have council, if there's anything that we possibly missed in our notes, we'll ask those questions as we go along. I just want to remind everybody that a city ordinance is a working document, so at any time it can be updated in the proper fashion that the attorney makes sure we follow. But it can be updated, so if in the future there's things missing or things that need to be strengthened, those could and have taken place in other ordinances. You found, and Dory just gave me that look, I remembered one.
I did. There was a lot of comments with respect to the contract for iSecurum. I do want to put a little bit of context out there. At the end of the day, our full-time staffing for our code compliance department is not set up in a way that has those after-hours employees. And so this staff actually did a lot of work over the last several months going out and looking at an enforcement contract that could be considered for this need. There were several companies that we met with, and unfortunately, several could not actually step up to the plate and actually handle the needs that we had. So while it does on its face, it is a lot of money, but if we are going to, as been asked by the City Council, to bring forth tougher regulations, that means nothing unless they're being enforced. So that is why that contract is also being brought together at the same time.
All right, I'm going to start on this side. Ms. Pye.
I want to hear after what she said.
You want to hear from the committee first?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start on this side. Mr. Betts.
Well, there's a lot of discussion that went into all of this, and some of the points, like this is an add-on from the previous ordinance, is, valid conversation. I've got some questions that I would like to ask staff that I think will clarify some of this, but then finding out how stuff worked into the ordinance, and communication is, how did this work out? So one of the things that came up was a business license for the management company is the only qualification. Is that it, just business license? We had that conversation in the subcommittee regarding business license. Did we decide that that's the only thing they need is a business license, or do they need anything else goes with that?
So to operate a short-term vacation rental property in our city, you would need a business license, and you would also need a short-term vacation rental permit.
I was talking about the management company that gets hired. If an owner hires a management company, could it be a 15-year-old kid down the street who comes in and get a business license, or do they need to have insurance?
So they would need to have a business license, and they would go through our community development department for
Do they
that.
need to have a resale, like when I go on with any other business goes in, they have to have a resale license, anything like that? They don't need any of that?
The city of Desert Hot Springs doesn't require that for that type of business or any business, quite frankly, operating in the city.
Okay, and then staff mentioned a $5,000 fine for non-compliance, but we also talked about going back. We have the ability to go back 3 years, and I didn't see that in the ordinance. Is that in there?
Yes, it is. It is on page 342 of your staff report, of your agenda packet. Top line, city shall collect past transient occupancy tax for a period in accordance with state law.
So that means back 3 years?
State law is currently, I believe, 3 years. I don't remember if it's 3 or 4 years. I believe it's 3.
Okay, so that came up in some of the questions, is how you're going to collect that back taxes, or back TOT that's owed, and I think the city probably fully intends to go off of that, and you also have the ones that have been identified already. Okay. So anybody who's operating without a permit is going to face a $5,000 fine, and we know how much they've operated because of this company that we've hired. We know, so they're going to get a pretty hefty bill for trying to sneak into the city. So anybody out there, watch out. The contract enforcement question came up a lot, and first off, our staff knows how to deal with complaints they get that are from people who are just making complaints. And this, my understanding is, they're not just going to drive by and park out front. They're going to go and verify the complaint. And that serves to protect the vacation rental owner, and it also serves to help the resident to verify, okay, here it is. And I don't think staff does anything without making sure they've heard it themselves. And that's what this company coming in is going to do, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, because we've had some complaints that somebody just drives by, doesn't hear anything, leaves, and the person's going, man, I hear it going on now. The music comments, if somebody's got a loud bass boombox inside the house, and that's rattling in my house, that's a problem. It's not just outdoor music, it's any music that leaves the house and crosses the property line. So is that addressed?
It is. So there's a section in here. Remember that we did add something into the ordinance that requires the noise monitoring system on site. And there is a section in here that references a specific decibel. So if the noise goes over a specific decibel, that will necessitate the need for somebody to actually come out there. Well, the owner or their agent would need to address that immediately with the occupants.
Analogy I use is the other traditional lodging situation in a hotel room. If you're in a hotel room and you're making so much noise that it's bothering the next room or the room above or the room below, hotel's going to come knock on your door and say, hey, you're disturbing other guests, tone it down. And if they don't tone it down, hi, you're out. Okay, so that's basically the way we're looking at this.
Correct.
You addressed home sharing. I don't think anybody here was talking about, I know there's separate ordinances in home sharing. I saw you taking notes on that. You probably feel the same way I do, that we need to address that separately, right? Trying to get to your questions. Do we have immediate eviction in there? I know up in San Bernardino, I think they put in immediate eviction. Sheriff can show up and say, hi, we've been here, you didn't comply. You had a raging party, we stopped here, told you to knock it down. To knock it off, we left. Got more complaints, come back, you have another raging party. Do we have a provision in there with every vacation rental owner, tenant, vacation rental occupant agrees that they will be evicted right away?
We require it in the lease agreement.
Okay.
In the actual agreement that, I call it a lease agreement, it's the vacation rental agreement.
Okay, what about the, and the fees, that's all going to be by a nexus. And my understanding is you guys have come through now and said, this is how much it's going to cost for this company on Thursday through Sunday. I don't know what we do about those other days. There's legitimate concerns raised. And then also the extra staff. So you've already given us a pretty close estimate of what these fees are going to be, but you're going to go back and do the actual formal thing. What we're agreeing is basically these are close to the fees that's going to end up. There's nothing, it's not $200 and we're all saying, wait a minute, or $5,000 and we're complaining that that's too high. You're pretty close on these.
Correct.
And ADA, that was an interesting comment. Do we have ADA requirements for these properties? And if we are permitting a business to operate and they aren't compliant with ADA, does that subject us to any type of enforcement or lawsuit on behalf of somebody who would bring a complaint for ADA?
So all these properties would need to comply with the California Building Code, and so that's part of the reason for the pre-inspections actually, is so that we're going out and we're making sure that these properties are in a condition to be able to be permitted for this type of use.
Okay, so we're not going to tell people that are handicapped, sorry, you're tough luck,
No.
you're out of luck, you're not part of the society.
Correct.
We took care of that one. You guys aren't. You guys figured that out. That's all the questions I had for staff. I don't know if that answered all of it. I mean, there's a whole bunch. I saw a whole bunch of questions that they asked. I wrote them all down, but I think they've all been answered. I've got some other comments later, but I think that was just my questions of staff stuff that I really wanted to get clarified. I want to make sure that this verbal record, and if it's confirmed through you guys, is in the ordinance, that we're there. So whatever I asked about, we've got covered, and I trust you gave me the right answer. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can wait a little while now. I'm done for a little bit.
I have just a couple of things I wanted to clarify, and I'll hold off on my other comments. We do the second round on this. And I think you addressed them very well, Doria and Christina. One particularly is the fee. The fee is still an estimate at this point, and it will have to come back to us for a final thing. And I'm glad to hear that you're considering the home share piece of that, because I do think that that would be an equitable solution. It doesn't make sense for somebody that's part-time renting a room occasionally to pay that much stuff. When it comes to the fines, one of the things that was brought up is the fine is assessed on the property owner, which is correct. But what I have seen in other cities and in ordinances, and that you as a property owner can do in your rental agreement, is that if you get a fine, you get to pass it on. So you in turn can go back and fine the violation. If you happen to get to the point where you get a fine of $1,000, you can put in your rental agreement, in your deposit, or any of that stuff, that if we're fined, we're going to ding your credit card for that. So I appreciate bringing that up, but I think there's a workaround rather well on that. Let's see, and as the mayor mentioned too, this is, all city ordinances tend to be a work in progress, and you saw the amount of detail and work that went into this one, and I'll agree, it's not perfect, but working, if we're always on search for the perfect ordinance, we're never going to get there. If we're going to wait, if we're going to spend time trying to perfect something, nothing will ever get done. I do think, as I said earlier, that this is a very well thought out, very well comprehensive ordinance. And I'm not just saying that because Russ and I worked on it, because the staff did an awful lot of work on it, and we did a lot of research, and we looked at what some of the best practices are in a lot of other cities. And as a guy who spent, 30 years of his life in drafting policy and working on ordinances and being a lobbyist and working in the legislature, I kind of look at it this way. The people that don't like STVRs are mad. The people that have STVRs aren't terribly happy with it. So if we've managed to make both sides mad, I think we did something right.
That's the rule for journalism too, by the way.
Yeah, there you go. So I'll save my comments on the cap and other things till we get further up to that point.
Gonna talk this to death, aren't we? Jan?
I wish you had finished what you had to say, but okay.
I'll be happy to if you want me to. It's up. I'm just trying to make it flow.
I'll go ahead. 242 STRs, 118 licensed. The 124 that are not licensed, we have the ability to tell them they have to stop because they don't have a license, and we have the ability to get their TOT taxes, which means this 242 is not real. You get somebody that's had 3 years or 4 years of taxes and don't have a license, I think they're going to drop the ball. So we don't know about that 242 at all. We only know about the 118. With complaints, if it's possible, as people are making, well, first of all, with the complaints, it's two noise complaints resulting in an administrative citation. So it's not just because of a complaint. It depends on what the result is. But if someone is complaining for no reason, we can do the same thing that we do with the police. You get a false alarm, you get charged for it. That would be the person that's making the illegal complaints. I'm glad you brought up, she's gone, but brought up about the home sharing. And that's the other thing about the cap. Depending on what really happens with these unlicensed, we don't know how many we have. We just know we have 118. And that's it. With respect to other cities, someone said, They said all we have is cannabis. That's not true. But we don't have other places to go, and that's true. Plus, we don't have the acreage that other cities have. So you can't compare us. We have to deal with Desert Hot Springs. And Mr. Mayor, I think that's it.
Mr. Nunez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming out and sharing their comments and expressing how they feel, both pros and cons. But some questions that came up or comments came up that I have responding to, because I think it's important for us to realize why we're here. Why are we doing this? The question was, why are you doing this now? We're a small city, and we want to be proactive. We want to make sure that as we grow, that there's already something in place. That's why we have 121 unlicensed, because there's nothing there. So I would think that as business owners or residents, you'd want us to be proactive and making sure that things are done right and not just, oh, we're going to fly by night and we're going to do this. So that's the reason why we're doing it now, is because we want to be proactive. It doesn't matter how big we are. It doesn't matter how little we have. We want to be proactive. We want to make sure we do this right. The other comment was brought up by the noise complaints that, oh, you only have 7 or 9 calls in a year. Well, that's not true. And I say that because when we first started talking about this, I brought that up. And I brought that up with staff. And we have to remember, when police is called out for a noise ordinance, they're not asking, are you an STV? They're out there because it's a noise ordinance. Now, if we would direct police, code enforcement to say, find out, one, are you an STV? Or are you a resident? Or are you a property owner? Then we can define. Then we have a measurement. Then we have statistics that we can use. So I think it's not fair to say, like, we only had 9 calls for noise. It's not true. Lastly, I want to see the staff, I think it's fair to the residents at home watching that they get the big picture. And that big picture is the density between low density short-term rentals and high density. So Gerald, if you can put up that slide so the residents at home can really see what high density looks like, what a short-term rental looks like right next to you versus, a couple down the street.
So I can speak to these maps. So this is the city-wide map of all of the identified short-term vacation rentals in the city. That's the 242 that we've referenced. If you go to the next map. So this map was identified as one of our highest density STVR locations in the city. This is the Hacienda Heights neighborhood. And you can see, particularly down in the lower left-hand corner, you do have areas in there where you have a very, very high density of these STVRs there in that particular neighborhood off of Panorama.
Now, do you know how many houses are in this community?
I don't want to give you a rough number, so I don't have that off the top of my head. But again, if you look at that area there off of Panorama, you've got, just kind of estimating, there are probably 10 houses, of which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You got a very high density area there.
And I think these numbers are very important for not only everyone here, for pro and con, but at home. So people at home can say, like, okay, they can weigh themselves if short-term rentals are valid in their communities, if they're having an impact on family life, health life, walkable communities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, thank you.
And then in that same Hacienda Heights neighborhood, if you go just a little bit to the east there, over in that Prospect Way Monument area, you'll see a very different picture, just a very short distance away where there's literally none. So people are going to be feeling these in very different ways based on the density in their neighborhood. So then if we go to the next slide, or the next map, this is probably the lowest density area that we found within a particular neighborhood within the city. So this is Mountain View Estates neighborhood. As you can see, this is just to the west of Mission Lakes Country Club, if you all are familiar with that. In that entirety of that location, there's 4 that have been identified there. So again, going from one extreme to the other. When you zoom in and zoom out on the city-wide map, and you go to different neighborhoods, you see very, similar dynamics all throughout the city. You'll see some areas that are very heavily concentrated. You'll see others where there's practically none. But the number that we do know of is 242 in total, 118 which are licensed.
Okay, can you go to that last slide? Now, to be fair, a portion of this community is gated, correct?
Correct.
So they probably don't allow short-term rentals.
That whole community.
That entire area there that's shown is the gated community area.
But I think you could be correct. If there's multiple homeowner associations in there, one could say yes, another could say no.
Absolutely. Thank you, Doria.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Tipper now.
Thank you. So I have some comments, and you came here for us to make a decision. We've listened to you. We've heard you twice now. So I want to advise the city council, moving forward, I think we don't need to pontificate anymore. They're looking for a decision from us. There's three decisions to be made tonight. One, do we take the ordinance as presented by the subcommittee and move forward? 2, do we do the contract and move forward? And 3, do we bring back some limiting? So I'd like to take those individually when we get there. My comments from what I've taken that I have not got answers to, or comments that I want to put on the table for us to make a decision, is one of the big ones I keep coming back to is the noise ordinance. I think it's very, very restrictive. I don't know how we're going to monitor that without the decibel readings being in and outside the home, because if you do have a person that's targeting a vacation rental and doesn't like them in their neighborhood and continues to call on it, first of all, I do believe, Christina, maybe you can answer this question, and maybe the chief does, is we have to witness the noise being made. So you can't just run up on it and say, okay, you got to report there's noise. You have to witness it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to be a challenge there. Having the noise decibel machines, we can then pinpoint the fact that that noise is coming from that home. Is that, you have an answer to that?
I need to clarify something. It's a very, very important clarification. So our citywide noise ordinance and the STVR noise ordinance does not rely on a decibel reader. So I have to be very clear about that. Now, the noise monitoring system that the ordinance does require being installed inside the house does have a decibel reader. So I think it notifies at 78 decibels. And what that does is it's a preventative measure. It's trying to be proactive. It's saying, hey, homeowner, you have an occupant in there and the noise is getting a little loud, but it's not something that staff or enforcement is ever going to write a ticket on or a citation on. It's just to alert the property owner that there's noise in the house that they should get on top of.
And my point is here is, I live in a gated community and we don't allow vacation rentals, but yesterday we had a 4th of July party in our neighborhood on the street. We all barbecued, had a great time. People wanted to come over to our house we did some renovations to our backyard, and they came in, and a neighbor 2 doors down made a joke. He says, oh, I see your TV out here now. I always know when the Dodgers score because you're out back and you're yelling and screaming. So if someone was to rent a home, my point is, and they wanted to watch their game on their phone and they're sitting in the backyard and they get a little excited over the game, we're really going to shut them down over that? I think the verbiage and the noise, I would go with this ordinance as is today, but I would love for it to be brought back where it's a little more or less restrictive. I think that's excessive. I really do. I go to short-term rentals. That's how our family goes. We have 5, sometimes 7 in our family traveling, and it's just not cost-effective to use hotels. It's just not. And short-term rentals are a lot more cost-effective, more comfortable. We're always very respectful, but we do go outside. We do turn on our phones, have some music, and we do sit in the hot tubs or pools that we rent from. So I think that's a little restrictive. I'll leave it at that. I do believe that limiting right now is not the proper thing to do. I do think that the way we go into permitting this and the compliance will level things out. We had this issue with cannabis. People had an idea about cannabis 7, 8 years ago when we started this conversation, and they thought having a dispensary, having 10 dispensaries as we do now on the streets would just be chaos, and people would be all over the streets, and there'd be violence, and we have really had nothing happen. You don't even know half the dispensaries are there because of the strict ordinances that we put into place with security and video and what we've done. And I think as we are strict here, this will actually level out. I know when we go to Big Bear, it's very strict, very strict. They have placards, they have things inside. When you call the rent, they're all the owners of or property managers are, this is the way it's going to be. And so I think we're getting there. I believe we are. If I can read my own writing here, let's see here. Again, it's a working document, and ordinance always is. If there's something we miss today, we don't need to overthink it or overtalk it. We can come back and fix it as time goes on. And there's going to be neighborhoods that might have a cluster, and I do want to see this level out after the permitting comes in effect, and I do think $1,200 is something excessive right now, but that's just a vision, or not a vision, that's just an estimate of what it could be to recover. We have to have strong restrictions, and to recover those fees, you're going to have to charge something, but could it be stepped, and that's not the proper terminology, I'm getting tired already, but tiered over time to get to where we need to be able to recover those fees. And I do believe this agency just doesn't do this. They do other things, so if they're not busy enough, and it doesn't seem to be busy enough, we can have them go out and do other things and maybe have that contract fulfilled in multiple ways. So what I'd like to do is, I know there's a second round of people want to talk a little bit, but one other point I wanted to make. This is one of the first things I wrote down, and I get it. There's people on both sides of it, but honestly, you can't. I guess you can. You can say what you want. It's a free country. It's America, right? We as politicians try to walk that fine line, but you can't always do it. The revenue that's brought in by the current 118 is close to $750,000. That's going to double, so it'd be $1.5 million if we were able to collect. That's on top of property tax, utility user tax. Somebody had emailed us and said, well, they won't pay utility user tax. How would you not pay utility user tax? It's on your utility bill. If you use electric, water, gas, whatever it is, you're going to pay the tax. And then sales tax, and I think somebody from one of the hotels said it's when someone stays in a hotel, it's given back to the community 7 times over because of the money they spend within the community, and that goes same for STVRs. So I don't want to belabor this. I know there's some people probably have some comments and some debate on what I've said or others said, but it really is just getting to the 3 points. Do we want to implement this ordinance? Do we want to implement this contract? And let's vote on whether we're going to bring back a limitation or not. Yeah, I understand.
All right, I'll be as brief as I can. You're right, Mr. Nunez. This is a proactive step. That is the reason Mr. Betts and I undertook it. Somebody came to council in December, November last year and asked us to take a look at it. Before it became a problem, we didn't want to run into the problems that Cathedral City and Palm Springs and others have. So that's why we took this thing on as a project. And tourism in and of itself is changing. The nature of tourism is changing. People want to stay in homes as opposed to hotels. As part of my role as serving as the vice chair of the Visit Greater Palm Springs Convention Visitors Bureau, we learned this a long time ago. The day of the big hotel is kind of fading out, and people want to stay in small, intimate hotels and small properties, and it works real well. And as the mayor said, if you have a family, it's much more cost effective. The problem this city has is we get 39% of our budget from cannabis tax. I love our cannabis guys. Thank you for helping us keep the city afloat, but we need to have a more balanced approach to our revenue over the long term, and the only way we're going to get that is if we grow our tourism base. So I don't want to do anything to hamper that, and I don't think this does. It gets rid of our bad actors, and it still continues to bring in revenue to the city. So as for the 3 pieces on this, I absolutely believe we should pass this ordinance today. I also think we need to proceed with the contract. And then it gets to the sticky wicket of, do we do a cap or a limit of some sort? And at this point, I don't see a need for a cap on STVRs. We have so few in total, at less than 2% of our total housing stock. As Ms. Pai pointed out, we will surely lose a number of those when they get hit with a $5,000 fine and a 4-year back tax bill. So some of those will drop off. And while I sympathize very much with the people who have more than one in their neighborhood, and I've talked to quite a few of them over the course of this project, my honest belief is that if this regulatory structure that we enact does its job, there will be a noticeable impact having STVRs as a neighborhood. You won't know that you have one, other than not knowing who your neighbor may be on any given night. But if said neighbor is quiet and not disturbing anybody, I have to ask, does it really matter? Simply not wanting them in your neighborhood, it is not, in my mind, a good reason to enact a cap or a limit in my book. It's creating a class of people, someone who may not want to live next to. I mean, would we cap the number of seasonal residents who bought in a neighborhood and lived there a few months of the year, or otherwise leave it vacant because we don't want to live next to an empty house? And that's one of the things Palm Springs discovered when they were doing their survey of STVRs. They found neighborhoods that, as Mr. Betts has pointed out, 30% STVRs, but then you add on to that, they have 35% or 40% that are absentee owners that just have the house there and they leave it empty for 6 months out of the year. So people generally do have the right to do what they want with their property as long as it doesn't disturb the neighborhood, and I think our regulatory structure really does this. So at this point, I don't see a problem, and I would like to see this ordinance go into effect, see what we come up with as far as final numbers after we start enforcing it, and then come back and look at the need for a cap. But I also think that simple free market economics will act as a natural sort of cap. As pointed out, interest rates are rising, housing prices are going up. People are going to, if the market becomes too saturated with it, people aren't going to be making money renting their properties, so they will sell them. So I think we have a natural point there. We're not anywhere close to where I think we need to have a discussion on caps. I look at my old stomping grounds where I grew up in Utah, Summit County, Utah, home of Park City, if you recall where the 2002 Olympics were. They have a 47% STVR percentage there, and they haven't capped them, and they're not even discussing capping them. So now, in my mind, is not the time to enact a cap. I'd like to see this ordinance play out, and I will tell you this. If this ordinance doesn't work, I will be the first to join you, Mr. Betts, in proposing some sort of a limit or a cap. But I want to see how this works. So that's all I've got.
So I think the comment you had on, we could tweak this thing forever and be buried in it is very right on. I think the recommendation for the council is we go with what's been worked out. Staff's gone over it, and as the mayor said, we can adjust that. And then we have to go with the enforcement mechanism because, quite frankly, when people call in with complaints, they're not getting responded to. And you could take a look at 4th of July as an example, and the fireworks going off, and staff is, code. You look at all the code things they brought to us this meeting, and I look at that and go, wow, that's one busy crew. So we're just overloaded, and you have to have this enforcement mechanism. There's no doubt about that. Now, I can't ignore the public comment that we had coming here and the suggestion that there's not a problem with density. You had a woman who said she was expecting to have neighbors for her toddlers to grow up with, and she doesn't. I'm going to tell you, in our street, we used to have a barbecue every 4th. We'd all pool our fireworks together, and then we'd have a little fire pit. I don't know if it's legal or not, but we had a fire pit, and we'd have a great time. 3 of those neighbors moved out, and those are now vacation rentals. That barbecue went away. So well, what are we going to do? Just the 2 of us be here, 3 of us be here? It didn't work out. It's changing neighborhoods. You can't expect it to be reasonable that one family or a neighborhood suffer and pay the entire price because you want revenue for the city. You can't ignore all the people that came here and talked about up in the Highlands. 5 of their homes out of 10 are now vacation rentals. They lost 5 neighbors. You can't ignore that. We must put a limit on this. And there's a real simple formula to do that. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and then we can see where this goes, but I make a motion to approve the recommendations of the subcommittee as presented to the staff report, that we adopt the enforcement contract as recommended by staff, and then we limit vacation rentals to no more than 5% of the constructed homes in any residential subdivision, residential tract map. That'd be my motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second on the table. Obviously, we're going to do whatever we want in this meeting rather than following the direction. So with that said, the motion was made to accept items 1 and 2 and limit the number 3, limiting to, what was it, 5%?
5% of constructed homes in any residential subdivision, residential tract map.
All right. Is there any comments?
I'd like to maybe make an amendment to that if I could.
Hold on, I got to get it moved on the screen and seconded first. And seconded. And you have
If
an
I
amendment.
could, I'd like to propose that we trifurcate this. We have a vote on the ordinance, we have a vote on the contract, and we have a vote on directing staff on whether to bring back options, because they need to just study it and figure out the best way to bring back an option on it. So have it go through what-
So there's not debate yet, Mr. Betts. There's a motion, amendment to the motion. You can have the debate after there's a second. Is there a second to the amendment?
What's the amendment?
The amendment is that we trifurcate this. We vote on the ordinance, we vote on the contract, and then we have a vote on providing staff direction on whether to bring back options for limiting.
I would challenge that that's not an amendment, that's a completely different vote. If you
Madam
wanted
City
to
Attorney,
drop,
thank you
if I
for-
could get a ruling, if we, my
I'm going
point
to
of
ask
order.
for the ruling. I get into
Okay,
your
well, I wanted to
question.
state my point of order clearly.
There is no point of order. You clearly said that
I can make a point of order if I want to.
Okay, well, I'm not
That's
going
my
to allow it.
prerogative as a
Madam
councilman.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I would actually tend to agree with Councilmember Betts. It does not appear to be an actual amendment to the motion. It actually seems to be a completely
All
separate
right,
motion.
fair enough, then we won't accept it. We have a motion on the table. Any comments, and I'm going to make a couple of comments before we vote.
My only comment is we don't know the true number of STRs at this time, and we're going to make a motion based on what we don't know.
Mr. Nunez, any
So will that mean we put a moratorium until we do find out?
That's not part of the motion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we can add to the motion if that's where the direction we want to go, because we
You
don't have
have to
actual numbers.
amend the motion then.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If that's the direction we want to go, then why not put a moratorium until we get this numbers where we need to, what they reflect, what they look like.
Point of order on that?
No, hold on, wait a second. Is it, you're just using it for discussion, you're not making the motion? I just want to clarify that first.
Was that
Okay.
a motion?
No, it is
Okay,
not. I
I'm
just
sorry,
wanted to
I don't need
clarify.
it then.
My comments on it is this, is that whenever we work together up here as a council, Mr. Betts, is you've asked us to bifurcate and trifurcate issues before, and we've always been respectful to do that. I asked that that be done at the very beginning of the meeting. You purposely did not do that. So I will be voting this down and looking to trifurcate these and take them one at a time if the majority of the council does that, because I think that's fair.
Explain the motion, the reason
You
for it.
can when I'm done.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But limiting the STVRs, first of all, I heard everyone out there, didn't ignore one person. I think there's a different path than actually putting a limitation on it right now. My path would be, let's put this ordinance in effect, let's get the permitting started, let's see if that thins out some of these clusters, and if it doesn't, then I've made it very clear multiple times that I would be open to bringing a limitation back for us to look at. But I want to see how this ordinance goes in effect and how the permitting would take place first. I think we can handle these clusters a little bit longer. Again, the records that we have, especially the young lady over here that pulled in from the city clerk's office, shows that there's very few complaints to begin with. So let's do this the right way. That's my comments. Mr. Betts.
Just wanted to explain the motion that we all seem to be in agreement on 1 and 2, and the only point of contention is this, so let's just take it all in one motion, was my intent. And there most certainly are clusters that, somebody said, why now? It's because we already have a problem that we've had. How many speakers show up? 8, or however many it was that showed up, public comment saying that, hey, this is really dire. They weren't sitting there saying, geez, we just sort of have this problem. They're saying it's very severe to them. It's impacting their livelihood, their life, and their ability to enjoy their neighborhood. I mean, they even talked about going and getting a initiative to put it on the ballot if there isn't some sort of limit. These are people who are saying, hey, I'm relying on this council to protect my neighborhood, and what is the limit? 70%? 50%? It's already at 40 or 50% in some neighborhoods now. If you're not going to put a limit on it, you have to answer the question, what is an acceptable number? Now, I understand if you don't live in a neighborhood with them, maybe you don't appreciate it, but or haven't seen it. But the problem is, for these people, it's already a very serious problem, and we need to act, and it's going to get worse. How many applications do you have? I asked staff, how many more applications are coming in-house?
So again, there's 242 total. We have 22 applications pending, but we do not have the specific number as to whether or not these are already identified STVRs or brand-new STVRs.
Okay.
But
So
we
we
do
don't
have
know. You
20.
didn't have the answer to
But
that.
we do have 22 applications pending.
Okay, and when they calculated, when Jeffrey calculated what the fee would be, it does, if you do the math, it doesn't quite add up. It would add up to $1,300, not $1,200, when you take the cost of the enforcement and the cost of the thing. But Jeffrey said, we do have more coming. So, and I agree with that, because we don't want to charge anybody more than is necessary to collect it. He took a conservative approach and said that there's more coming than what we're showing. So that's how we came up with that number. His math isn't wrong.
No, we did the fee, and I said this in the staff report, based off of 275 licensed STVRs.
Yeah,
That's what we did the proposed fee based off of.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable with the motion. I would like to get a vote on that.
We're going to get there as soon as everybody's done. You got to be patient. You're not the only person up here. 5% on built-out homes is what you said, so that does not do anything for clustering.
I didn't say 5% on built-out homes. I said 5% on constructed homes in any residential subdivision, residential tract map. That what it means is if there's a bunch of vacant lots and unfinished development, you don't count those into the 5%.
That's more clear.
I'm sorry, I should have made it more clear.
Mr. Gardner's next, then you'll be next, Mr. Nunez.
I would like to trifurcate this, but we're not going to. I will be voting no on this because, like I have said, and I did listen to everybody. And like I said, my point is that once this ordinance goes into effect, we'll see the numbers reduced. And if it doesn't reduce and if it's still a problem, I'll be the first here to work with you on a cap. But right now, I don't see a need for one. So if we're not going to trifurcate this, I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Nunez.
Thank you. I think it's real important, Mr. Mayor, that we don't sugarcoat this, is that when we're talking about, let's just figure out, it's not clustered now, let's figure out what happens. I think it's very important. We can do the opposite also. Let's put the restriction in, and if it changes, if it's not a problem, then we reconverse it. It's a working document. The other thing is, I don't think investors want to, put all that money into it to see, okay, it's not a problem, so, we're dealing with their money, we're dealing with their investment, we're dealing with their futures. So why put it, not leave it a restriction and leaving them up just for whatever? So I think it's important that we put in the ordinance, we put the 5% in, that way they have, where to lead them from, rather than them having invest money, put all that money into a property, building a pool, building a block wall, whatever, and then say, okay, we're going to put a restriction now. It makes no sense.
And that's fair enough. That's your opinion. It might not. It's not a fact, it's an opinion, and my opinions are different than yours, that's it. And I'm going to make a decision based on how I feel about the audience and everything else, and I'm trying to be really respectful, so I ask that you not be disrespectful to me. I don't agree on the 5%, that's all I don't agree on. I asked the city council to trifurcate these, because it's been asked by many on the city council multiple times to bifurcate or trifurcate issues. It was an easy request, but we're not doing that now. So now we have to make a decision based on this motion. And I get it, everybody's passionate about it, great. So if there's no more questions, we'll just call for the vote. Ms. Pai, anything?
I'm done.
Motion fails with Councilmember Pai, Mayor Pro Tem Gardner, Mayor Mattis against.
In that case, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as presented by staff.
Which is?
The
item number 1.
The title-only ordinance, City Council of Desert Hot Springs, California, amending Chapter 5.44 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals.
So that's just the regulation.
That's just the ordinance.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion?
So it's just the ordinance.
Yeah, just the ordinance.
Sounds like he's going to trifurcate everything.
Yeah, we're going to vote on everything.
Oh, then you're gonna,
So we're just going to do the ordinance that is presented with the regulations on,
and then you're gonna have another one?
yes. we'll have
Okay, all right, all right.
Voting?
Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council, amending Chapter 5.44 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals. The ordinance will return on September 5th for second reading and adoption.
Okay, I would now like to make a motion that we authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the agreement with however you pronounce Securum for a period of 2 years, not to exceed $118,456 annually.
Second that unless somebody else wants to.
I'll second.
Any more discussion? We'll wait for it to come up on the screen. Wait for it to be moved and seconded.
Pay attention.
Please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not seeing votes come through.
It shows me that I'm the only person that voted right now, so I am an aye. You want to take a roll call?
Yeah. Councilmember Betts?
Aye.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
You can make that motion.
I'll make the motion. It's very simple. I'd just like to make a motion to not limited STVRs at this time, to bring back in 180 days after the permitting is in place. That means we still have to have the permitting come back. After the permitting is in place, to re-examine the STVRs and the clustering and see if there's a possible way to better limit it in them after that.
Make an amended motion, Mr. Mayor?
Can I?
Let's get it motion. Let's get it up on the screen
I
first.
would,
Let's get it on screen first, and then so we don't get confused.
So I would make a motion that rather than bringing it back after 180 days, that we oppose a 5% limit on vacation rentals of the constructed homes in any residential subdivision or residential tract map, and bring it back after 180 days to re-examine it.
There's an amendment on the table. Does anybody want to second that amendment?
I'll second.
Okay, put it up on the screen.
We'd like to discuss that, or?
Well, as soon as it comes up on the screen, is there any discussion?
Yes. I would disagree with that motion on two grounds. One, I live in a neighborhood that doesn't have a definitive tract map. What do we do with those neighborhoods? So that's why, as the mayor said, we can have a further discussion when the staff brings it back after 180 days to come up with an appropriate definition for what a neighborhood is. When we look at the maps as we zoom out and you zoom in, the perfect example is Hacienda Heights. If you take the entire tract of Hacienda Heights, you're over that. If you take sections of Hacienda Heights that are isolated, phase 1 and phase 2, you're not over that. And then the final piece of that is that enacting a moratorium or a cap of 5% does nothing to address the current problem, because we cannot go back and pull STVR licenses from people that already have them. So all you're going to do is keep people from coming in and putting in any new ones. So for those reasons, I would oppose that motion.
It's going to make, if I could, Mr. Mayor, it's going to make the problem not get any worse. And there are cities that are now in the process of saying, hi, we're cutting it way back, and they're doing a lottery system. Somebody's got one now. If you want to keep it, you're participating in a lottery. I don't think anybody's proposing those drastic measures. But it's very drastic to just sit there and say that we're going to totally ignore these people that came here. And I don't think this is any undue hardship on anybody that's here. Nobody's taking their vacation rental away. And a subdivision tract map is, there's Vista Hacienda, and then there's Hacienda Heights, and then there's all kinds of other developments and you're at least providing relief, and that's when I researched this and came up with that solution, that's what I found out is where the problem was, and this will address 90% of the oversaturation problem, and wherever there doesn't happen to be, if there is such a place that doesn't have a residential tract map, I don't think there's a problem down there anyhow, because you look at the map that's put up, and it's not a problem. So at least we're doing something. We can't just totally ignore the people that came here and said, please help us.
Any other comments?
No.
Please vote.
So this is on the amendment, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, on your amendment to the motion.
Mr. Mayor, can I do a roll call vote?
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember Betts?
Yes.
Councilmember Nunez?
Aye.
Councilmember Pai?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
No.
Mayor Mattis?
No.
Motion fails.
And go back to the original motion?
Councilmember Betts?
So the original motion is to place zero limits on.
No. Don't
I'm asking for you to restate the
don't
amendment.
speak for me, I'll speak for me. If you're asking me what my motion is to not limit them at this time. After the fee is put into effect, 180 days after that, it'll be brought back to the city council to discuss possible limitations.
Okay. So I didn't move that one, somebody else.
I will
did.
second with,
It's already seconded by Mr. Gardner.
okay. I'd like to make amendment to that motion.
How
That
many
we put a
amendments can we have?
moratorium for 180 days until this gets defined, ordinance gets put in place.
How many amendments can we have to my motion? Is it two?
I don't know if there's a limit on the amendments, but with respect to that motion, unfortunately, we cannot put legally a moratorium immediately tonight. Moratoriums have to be done by ordinance. I would
Okay.
have to actually draft it.
So can I use that we won't approve any new STVRs until the 180 days have passed?
Again, that would be in effect putting a moratorium on it, and so I would have a hard time defending something like that. Moratoriums need to be kind of put in place. It's a land use regulation by ordinance. So unfortunately, because a moratorium was not agendized tonight, we don't have a moratorium that can be placed. Moratoriums, we have to find very specific findings because obviously we're dealing with people's right to business and right to property.
So hold on, he's making an amended motion. You'll
I got a suggestion
you'll
for
get
him.
a suggestion in a minute. Do you want to continue down that path or?
Yes.
Okay, so what's your next?
What kind of verbiage can we use to say, we want to reevaluate our ordinance until we get the numbers? Because the numbers, like Councilwoman Pai mentioned, that they do not reflect, we have no solid numbers to go by.
I don't have a suggestion for you. I think that, 180 days seems reasonable, but I don't know if that's something that you don't agree with. I don't necessarily have a suggestion because we cannot necessarily stop somebody from going into a lawful business, immediately. That does require a moratorium. It does require findings. It does require an ordinance.
A suggestion here on this, it might be language that would work. We've already passed two things on the ordinances, and staff says there's a few things that need to tweak. Maybe no more permits until staff has worked out all these other details that will be applied. No? You're not going to go with that one either?
It would be, the effect would be the same exact
Okay,
thing,
got it.
which would be
Thank
the
you.
effect of a moratorium.
I rescind my amendment.
All right, any more discussion before we vote on this?
Are we roll calling it or?
I'm going to, but I'm waiting for
Okay,
discussion.
here it is.
I just want to say, I heard what you heard. I also heard people say they want to continue them. I also see from the staff report, we don't know how many there are. So you're trying to do something and we don't know where we're going right now.
We know where we're going in the neighborhoods that are oversaturated. Those people that step up to the podium aren't lying, and that's who we're trying to deal with.
I'm done.
Mr. Patson, no one ever said anybody's lying. We've
I
heard
didn't-
everybody, we've
I
made our
didn't
decisions
say
based on
anybody
that.
said they were lying.
All right, please vote. That's what you just said. I'm sorry, roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
So this is not to limit them at this time and bring back after 180 days to re-examine. My vote is a no.
Councilmember Nunez?
Nay.
Councilmember Pai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Aye.
Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Betts, Councilmember Nunez against.
Thank you for hanging out with us. I don't think you want to wait for another 2 hours with us because we have a busy agenda, but please, as you exit, please let us do our business. Thank you very much. We're going to move back to item number 7, which is the 2021 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Mr. Pursuant. Bissell.
Hi, yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a small PowerPoint.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to speak, you need to leave and go to the foyer, please. Please go out to the foyer. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what we have here today is the Housing Element Annual Progress Report. It was compiled. We compiled all the information for the Housing Element Annual Progress Report, routed it through the departments, drafted the report, and it went to Planning Commission the 14th, was approved, and it is now before you. So what is the Housing Element APR, or Annual Progress Report? It's a yearly report regarding the implementation and progress of the housing element itself. Information for this report consists of various elements and their relation to the housing element. It is a standardized format, so it's an Excel spreadsheet that we plug in all our info, and it generates the information. Goes over the housing element progress, implementation, some housing numbers and types, as well as program updates. This is a little bit just in general, some general information here. The Housing Element Annual Progress Report it's only for residential units that were approved and were issued a building permit during the 2021 year. It's for every year that the report's done, it's for that specific year. This report does not reflect all housing numbers for projects that are currently under construction, but may have been either included in previous years. That just wanted to give that bit of information here. It gives you a little bit where some of these numbers came in from. So what you have here today is actually two different items, so I wanted to kind of express what the difference is. You have a general plan annual progress report. You as well have a housing element annual progress report. The general plan APR, which you'll hear next, it's in reference to the general plan progress and general plan implementation. It does touch and can touch a little bit about housing, but it's primarily focused on the general plan itself. The housing element annual progress report, specifically that it's about the housing element and the program goals, the implementation that's been done, some of the housing numbers, which are referenced as RENA numbers, and it is a specific format as well done yearly. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, requires all jurisdictions in the state to submit a housing element annual progress report using a form provided by HCD. Staff provides data to create an overview of the housing production for all affordability levels, development applications received, and an update on HCD program implementation. All jurisdictions in California update their housing elements every 8 years according to a state-established planning cycle. Current planning cycles for the 2014 to 2021 year. On May 26, 2020, the City Council approved the general plan update, and in doing so adopted the environmental impact report. Pursuant to Section 15162A of the CEQA regulations, once an EIR has been adopted for a project, no subsequent environmental review needs to be completed unless there are substantial changes in the project that warrant additional review. On June 14, 2022, the City of Desert Hot Springs Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending the City Council to direct staff to submit the 2021 HCD General Plan Annual Progress Report and actually both Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution of the City of Desert Hot Springs, California, directing staff to submit the 2021 HCD Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And that concludes my report, my staff report, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff at this time from City Council?
Great report. Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead.
I want to thank staff for really taking this subject seriously. Eric, you drove everybody out of the room, but so such an interesting topic. Anyhow, it's really good to see that we're working in this direction. I would like to see us work on, we've got, what is it, 4? I'm supposed to know this, 3 or 4 categories of it's low income. Give me the 4 categories, would you please? Of the categories. We have moderate, low income.
Very low.
I always get.
Above.
Okay, so we got different categories, and we need to focus in on the lower end, and that's going to be an initiative that's going to have to come to this council to take some proactive steps But I think we really need to work on maybe some grants for housing or something like that. So if we could get staff focused on, we got a scorecard here, and we're doing really good. Let's keep going, and thank you so much for the attention that you're giving to this.
I would concur with that, and I'm also going to give you a kudos, Mr. Betts, for all of the work you put in dealing with the ridiculous RENA numbers that we were always having shoved down our throats. We wouldn't be in this much compliance if you hadn't worked to get the RENA numbers much more realistic. And I know that's like watching paint dry on a wall, but I appreciate the fact that you put all of that work into that to get this to more realistic numbers to really reflect what this community is about. And we are absolutely right. We do need to focus on some more low-income stuff. I've had a couple of builders reach out to me, and I think down the road we should explore some ways of getting them here to build some of that.
Ms. Pye?
There's edits to the resolution?
Yes, there was an edit at the end. It mentioned the City of Ontario. We removed that. Was that the edit?
That's one, and one more, Duffel.
That's right. The other one was the all that's taken care of in the resolution.
I believe she's talking about the signature?
Yes, the signature should have been corrected as well.
Thank you.
All right, I think we can entertain a motion. Oh, is there any public comments? I'm sorry, please come forward. Oh, there's no public anymore.
I move we accept and file the housing element progress report.
Second.
I'll second. All right.
Go ahead, second if you want. I don't care.
I second.
Good.
Is our electronic voting not working, Gerald?
Sorry, I technically needed to open a public hearing, take testimony, which there was none, and close the public hearing, and then accept a motion. So I just wanted to put that. I just wanted it on the record that I did that. All right, did you move it?
I did.
Someone needs to second it? Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 8 is the 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Eric?
And this PowerPoint's going to look very similar to the last one. So this is the General Plan Annual Progress Report. We compiled the information for the GPAPR, routed it, brought it forward to Planning Commission. It was approved on June 14th, and now it is here before you. The General Plan Annual Progress Report is a yearly report regarding the implementation and progress of the General Plan. Information for this report consists of various elements and their relation to the General Plan. So it can have housing element components, but it does go into more of the consistency of the housing element and really goes back into the land use, the zoning, designations, development standards, so on and so forth. So I went over the two differences. California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR, require all jurisdictions in the state of California to submit a General Plan Annual Progress Report on implementation of the General Plan. All local jurisdictions, cities, and counties are required to submit an APR to their legislative body, OPR, and HCD. On May 26, 2020, the City Council approved the General Plan update, and in doing so adopted the Environmental Impact Report. Pursuant to Section 15162A of the CEQA regulations, once an EIR has been adopted for a project, no subsequent environmental review needs to be completed unless there are substantial changes in the project that warrant additional review. On June 14, 2022, the City of Desert Hot Springs Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council direct staff to submit the 2021 HCD General Plan Annual Progress Report. So with that, staff recommends that City of Desert Hot Springs City Council adopt a resolution of the City Council of Desert Hot Springs, California, directing staff to submit the HCD General Plan Annual Progress Report. And that completes my report, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
I will entertain questions. If there's none, I'll open a public hearing. Oh. Hold on. Just questions right now. I got to open the public hearing and close it. Open the public hearing at this time. We'll take testimony in favor, opposed, or neutral position. We see nobody in the audience. We will close the public hearing. And now, Mr. Gardner.
I move we accept and file the General Plan Annual Report.
Before a second, I just want to thank staff. I think they're the ones that are being innovative and forward-thinking, and not necessarily this council. So thank you.
You guys have no hold bars on making everybody feel like shit up here, don't you?
Thanks for the apology, buddy.
Apology for what? Really? I adjourned the meeting.
Well, we had one more thing, didn't we? Didn't.
Currently, we need a motion. We still have a few items on the agenda. You do need a motion to adjourn with a second and a vote of the council. So if...
All right, but was something not pulled from the consent calendar that we still have to address as well?
we still have the consent calendar item. I think maybe what we should do is maybe take a 5-minute break or something, if that would be so amenable. I will leave that up to the mayor.
There's an item. Motion before us, vote. Please vote.
There isn't a motion yet.
You made a motion.
No, I didn't. I was asking her if what we
And I
need to do
second.
next.
There's
And
a
I
motion.
thought there was something, we still have some more agenda items, plus there was something pulled from consent.
Got it. So we're on item number 11 then. Award professional services agreement to Smith, Dawson, and Andrews, Inc.
Mr. Mayor?
for federal advocacy services.
I'm sorry, if you could cast your vote on the last item, which was the general plan annual housing progress report.
So it wasn't voted.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 11. Danny.
Mr. Porras, item number 11.
Yes, sir. They're setting up the PowerPoint. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item is regarding the award of professional service to Smith, Dawson, and Andrews for federal advocacy services. The city has experienced growth all around. City council has set innovative policies that are sometimes ahead of state and federal legislature. The city has specific priorities, and there are available funding opportunities for parks, bridges, and streets. Therefore, federal representation in the city is needed. On April 2018, the city entered into an agreement with federal advocates to provide federal advocacy services. Ben Odendahl was the city's direct representative. In February of 2020, Ben established his own firm, Odendahl Strategies. The city then engaged Odendahl Strategies for federal advocacy services. Some of the tasks and accomplishments that Ben has done for the city was provide testimony in support of federal cannabis reform, led a coalition of public and private stakeholders to pass the Safe Banking Act in the House, submitted a $3.1 million congressional appropriations request for the Bridges project, vetted and advised staff on selecting a state lobbying firm, coordinated federal representatives, and with the Bureau of Land Management, urging the agency to designate the city as an official entry point to the Sand and Snow National Monument, work with the Democratic leadership to include $375 million in funding, specifically for local governments in the American Rescue Plan, and also organize and schedule meetings with various congressional offices and committees and federal agencies with city staff. Ben is now in a new firm, Smith, Dawson, and Andrews, SDA. Ben has great experience, established positive relationships, and a successful track record. If the new agreement is approved, Ben proposes to continue to provide the same services, but with added resources. SDA's scope of work is to represent the cities before the legislative and executive branches of the United States government, advise on legislative activity potentially impacting operations, develop and implement advocacy strategies to achieve the city's priorities, assist with document preparation such as congressional testimony, briefing papers, letters to government officials, and etc. Staff is recommending City Council authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement between Smith, Dawson, and Andrews Incorporated and the City of Desert Hot Springs for federal advocacy services in the amount of not to exceed $72,000 annually for a term of 3 years. That concludes my staff report. I'll gladly answer any questions.
Any public comments? See none. Go to council. Questions?
One, 72,000 is a very reasonable number from a person who made his life's career as a lobbyist. This is a very reasonable amount for federal advocacy services. I've had a chance to work with Ben on this. I think he's outstanding, and I would recommend that we adopt this.
Well, heck, on that recommendation, who could say no, right? Okay, I'm agreeing with you.
Any other comments?
Just one, that we get periodic comments.
Yes, monthly, we were getting a monthly send out to the City Council.
Thank you.
So did we not look for other lobbyists, or just the one we just want to go with, and pricing?
Yeah,
for other lobbyists?
We originally contracted with federal advocates a few years back. We built a good relationship. He was here on a limited basis with limited scope, and we've slowly have evolved the scope, and he's been very, very successful, and we had a great relationship with him. He now is with a new firm, and his fees have gone up, and that's why we're now presenting to council. But he does know our city, knows our priorities, and he's very successful in a lot of the stuff that we provided to him. So
Got it, trust it.
Quick question is, Mr. Mayor, they're bringing us back some federal dollars?
He is, actually. He just helped submit applications to our Congress for appropriations, federal funding appropriations for DHS Bridges project, and also is letting us know whenever new federal funds become available. So,
Okay, great.
yes.
Okay, that's the important part.
There was a motion. Who seconded it? Someone want a second? I thought Mr. Betts said he was seconding it. All right, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 12 is the award of professional services agreement for Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Mr. Haker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The City of Desert Hot Springs Parks currently utilizes Parks Recreation Master Plan that was completed in 2013. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan consists of community demographics, existing conditions of facilities, program inventory, and needed assessments. This information is extremely important when the city applies for park grants and for also keeping up with the needs of the city's community recreation services. In 2021, Mayor Mattis and Councilmember Nunez formed a park committee with other members of the Desert Hot Springs community to review the parks and recreation facilities and programs and make recommendations to City Council. The Parks Committee reviewed the 2013 Parks and Recreation Master Plan and unanimously agreed on the need for an update. On February 1st, 2022, City Council authorized staff to issue a request for proposal to hire a consultant to update and complete a new Parks and Recreation Master Plan. On April 8th, 2022, staff issued the RFP for the Desert Hot Springs Parks and Recreation Master Plan. On Monday, May 9th, 2022, the RFP closed with the city receiving 2 submittals. Staff conducted 3 independent evaluations of the submitted proposals. All 3 evaluators scored and ranked KTUNA the top qualified candidate. On Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, staff presented these results to the Parks Committee, and only positive feedback was received with no opposition. If approved, the contract amount is not to exceed $151,737 with a 10% contingency of $15,173.70 for a total of $166,910.70 to be added to the Public Works budget for the fiscal year of 2022-2023 general fund budget. Staff's recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute professional service agreement with KTUNA to not to exceed $151,737 with a 10% contingency of $15,173.70 for a total of $166,910.70 for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan project upon approval as to form by the city attorney with substance changes approved by the city manager. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Is there any public comments? I see none. We'll move to comments by council.
I just want to thank you, Eric, because I greatly appreciate it. One question is, how long was the bidding process open for this?
I believe it's a little bit over a month. I think it was 31, 32 days.
Is that normal for
Yes.
us? And we only got 2, huh?
Correct.
Wow, okay. My only thing is I'm really hoping, pushing that they do have community workshops and getting the community involved. But
They do.
thank you.
It's minimum
Yeah, I see.
3. We do have minimum 3 in our contract and 2 optionals. So depending on how much public input we give, either we can add more. So we do.
Thank you, sir. Good job.
And as being a liaison to the Parks Committee, I don't really attend the meetings. I let the chair handle those so that the community can get their input. I'm not sure how many meetings that Mr. Nunez has attended, probably most of them, but I haven't had a chance to attend all of them. But they did have, you did say the Parks Committee had a chance to take a look at it, and it was positive feedback. Good. Also, if you read the report, you'd see that there was multiple community meetings in there, so I'm very happy with that. So that was a comment that I would want to see too, to make sure the community had a lot of input. Parks Master Plan is not just about building parks, it's about building a community. And we've been underserved for so long that this is much needed. The last Parks Master Plan we had sat on the shelf. I don't think we really implemented a lot of it because of the economy at the time. This is an opportunity now. And Assemblyman Garcia said, hey, you got to get to the table for the parks money, and this will help us get to that table because we'll have an actual plan. So I looked at this firm, I read some stuff on the firm, and I'm very pleased with some of the plans they put together in other cities. So I think you guys did a good job in picking them.
I would echo what the mayor said, and we are desperately underserved in our parks. I want to thank both the mayor and Councilmember Nunez and the Parks Committee for all the work they did on this. I'm excited to see what this master plan is, and I would again echo what the mayor said. We can't let this plan sit on a shelf. We've lost out on grant money. With a plan, with a good plan, with a well thought out plan, we should be able to get some grant money, and we can start building some more parks that we desperately need. So I'm 100% in favor of this.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation for staff's recommendation.
Perfect. Motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
There's a second. As soon as they come up on the screen, we'll vote. Any other comments? Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 13 is the proposed resolution to amend the services included by the option of the city under the Section 218 agreement of the Social Security Act. Mr. Beckheim?
Yes, thank you. So in 1967, the city entered into a Section 218 agreement of the Social Security Act to be part of the Social Security program. In the original agreement, the city elected to exclude certain services, such as elected officials, from being part of that program and not subject to the tax withholding. However, since before 2010, the city has not been excluding those services and has been withholding the Social Security tax from those positions. So city staff has been working with CalPERS and the Social Security Administration to help bring the city back into compliance with our agreement. The most efficient solution is to retroactively modify the agreement to remove those exclusions. So this resolution is the first step in modifying that agreement. So staff recommends the approval of this resolution.
Did you say 1967?
Yes.
Okay.
How about 1976?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion to approve staff recommendation, if that's okay.
Sure. And then go get a second. There's obviously nobody in the audience for any public
Second.
comments, so we can move forward. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 14 is the designation of voting delegate and alternates for the 2020 League of Cities, California Cities Annual Conference in Long Beach, California. I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that you're going, and since you sit on the executive board, you want to be the delegate?
I was going to say we can
Mr.
dispense
Mayor,
with
can
the
I
staff
nominate-
report from Gerald on this one. I would be happy to serve if I have an alternate in case something
And who would
happens.
want to be the
I would like to nominate Gary Gardner.
You want to be the alternate, or are you going?
No, I think Roger's, I'm going to go, but I think it'd be good if Roger served as alternate. I'd like to nominate
If he
Roger to
wants
serve
to.
as alternate.
Ms. Pai, any
Jan, do you want to
objections
be
that?
alternate?
Pardon me?
Any objections to that?
No, none.
All right, so the
Well, Jan and I did it prior years, right?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Nunez will be the voting delegate and the alternate. That's the motion on the table. Any comments from the public? I see none. Wait for the motion in a second. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item 16 was pulled from the consent calendar, second reading and adoption of an ordinance relating to candidacy residency. I know that Mr. Betts wasn't here. He's the one that pulled it, and I'm assuming it's because he wasn't here and wanted to make some comments to it.
Yeah, well, given the late hour, I'll be as brief as I can, but this is an extremely important issue, and I wasn't here for the first reading, but I watched intensely from my sick bed at home. And what's so important about this is that this establishes that there's not going to be confusion. Now, we have another agency in town, Mission Springs Water District, where they've run into a problem with residency, and to the point now that, the district attorney has recommended that or advised that it's their opinion that somebody has moved out of their district for so long that they're no longer eligible to serve. And I think that it just serves as a perfect example of why, this is a really good thing to have brought forward, and I think staff's done a fantastic job. And I understand from conversation with staff that we're not going to have similar eligibility questions, and I just want to elaborate just a little bit further. The question was put to Mission Springs Water District, well, where do all your directors live? And the response came back from all of them, and one of them listed an address that it was known he didn't live at. And so I contacted them and I said, well, this is the wrong address. Do you have an updated address? And their answer was, well, we just rely on the director to provide their address. We don't look into it. And I'm certain that that's not the attitude we're taking here. I'm sure that if I move out of my district, Gerald's going to be the first one to know and telling me what the law is and what I need to do. Am I correct? So we're not going to have a similar problem like that. So anyhow, I just wanted to take the opportunity to say I think this is very important. I want to be able to vote on it and without it just being on consent, and to say that it's really good that our city is handling this matter properly.
You see, we have no public comments out there. There's nobody in the audience. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously. This is the second reading of an ordinance of the City Council adding Section 2.04.100, candidate residency, to Article 2, elections of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code. The ordinance shall go into effect in 30 days. At the previous meeting, an identical urgency ordinance was adopted by 4/5 of the council, and that went into effect immediately.
We have nobody in the audience for public comments, but I need to make a statement. First of all, when I hit the gavel and I lost my temper up here, I meant to say recess and not adjourn the meeting because I have no authority to do that. And I walked out to take a recess so I could collect myself, and I realized that Jennifer was trying to guide the council into continuing the meeting. So first of all, I apologize. I probably used colorful language that wasn't appropriate up here in ethics. Mr. Nunez, I've never done anything up here that I would ever do to disrespect you. So whatever comment I made to disrespect you, then I apologize for that. I understand there's some underlying issues with you and I. It's coming to a head, and maybe you and I need to sit down and have a beer and talk about it. But there's no reason for anyone to be disrespected. If I disrespected you, I apologize.
I'm glad you recognize that.
Can we finish our bonding moment here?
Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead, finish.
No,
You interrupted him.
I did.
Go ahead, Mr. Betts.
I just want to say I understand, and I think, sometimes you get heated, and the best thing to do is take a recess, and as I view it, you took a recess. And
Unfortunately, my mouth got in front of my recess, so
it's okay.
I apologize to the public. That's what I need to apologize, and staff.
It's all right.
You
We
guys don't need
all
to hear
have our
that,
moments,
so-
so no problem here.
We do have to go back to closed session. We have not finished item number 4, and we do need to do that because we need to take the next 6 weeks off. Obviously, I do. So we will recess to closed session. Thank you. Yeah.